So race fans, once again, welcome to the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. Found earlier today in a program from Boot Hill Speedway from 1978. They had Billy's favorite song listed, so we're about to play Billy Robinson's favorite song. So race fans, that was Billy Robinson's favorite song back in 1978, I Get Around by the Beach Boys. And here comes hot lap session number 1 for the Pro Mods, the final division that Billy raced in his legendary career. They'll be led out by the Purcell, Oklahoma native, that's Larry Bell in 49J, followed by his son, that's Tim Bell in the 49C. Trent Humphrey in 515, got Chase Hatton in the Lazy 8. Thomas Dowden in 40. And Dakota Isley in 777. Now joining in the hot lap session number 1 on the Speedway is going to be the 4 of Jeffrey Bechet. Bechet out of Sarepta, Louisiana, in his Ken's number 4 machine. So once again, hot lap session number 1 on the Speedway. Larry Bell, Tim Bell, Jeffrey Bechet, Trent Humphrey, Chase Hatton, Thomas Dowden, and Dakota Isley. So that will conclude hot lap session number 1 for the Pro Mods. They're going to exit the back straight away. That's the 515 of Trent Humphrey, followed by the Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. The 777 is Dakota Isley, 49J of Larry Bell. The 40 is Thomas Dowden. 49C of Tim Bell. The 60 is Brad Barnes. And the 4 of Jeffrey Bechet. Now we're entering the Speedway, making his second Pro Mod start. He won the Southern Topless Economy Modified race over at Grayson County in his first Pro Mod start. That's the 1 of Jimmy Day. Following day is going to be the 7S out of Collinston, Texas. That's Blaine Stewart. Followed by the 4 Ace of Devin Richards. The 60 of Brad Barnes still out there as well. Problems for Devin Richards as he pulls off the Speedway. And that will conclude Hot Lap session number 2 for the Pro Mods. The 1 is Jimmy Day, 7S of Blaine Stewart, and the 60 of Brad Barnes. Got a few more Pro Mods working their way towards the staging area. Once again, we have a new season high of 29 Pro Mods here tonight. Ready to race for $1,001 to win here at the Billy Robinson Memorial. As most of you race fans know, Billy spent a good portion of his later racing career in the Pro Mod division and has 8 Pro Mod wins here at Arklatex Speedway. So Hot Lap session number 3, going to have Jimmy Day back on the Speedway in the 1 machine. Followed by the R3 of Rusty Neff. The 20 is Michael Easley. 27L of Carl Lindsay. The 43J, that's BJ Cook. Heath Thompson in 54T. And Brad Timon in 41. Also on the Speedway, the 27 of Mike Washburn and the G25 of Glenn Stewart. that will conclude hot lap session number 3 for the Pro Mods. Jimmy Day in the 1, Brad Timon in 41, Michael Easley in 20, Rusty Neff in R3, Carl Lindsay in 27L, BJ Cook in the 43J, Mike Washburn's in the 27, Heath Thompson in 54T, and the G25 is Glenn Lindsay. Here comes hot lap session number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. They are led to the Speedway by the Collinston, Louisiana native of Braden Stewart in the 7S. Followed by the Benton Bullet, Josh Bauckham in 25. Dustin Taylor in 88. Tim McDonald in the 3 States Harley-Davidson 30T. Dustin Taylor is in the 32 machine tonight with Justin Whitehead behind the wheel of the 88 machine. Got Adam Roy in the 2, followed by Steve Ward in 50. And Tommy Tellis in the T5. So once again, Justin Whitehead driving Dustin Taylor's 88 machine tonight. And Dustin Taylor is behind the wheel of the 32. Concluded hot lap session number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Exiting the Speedway, Josh Bauckham, followed by Braden Stewart, Justin Whitehead, Tim McDonald, Dustin Taylor, Adam Roy, Steve Ward, and Tommy Tullis. Rounds out hot lap session number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Session number 2 led to the Speedway by the 5G out of Winona, Texas. That's Charles Graham. Followed by the 21T out of Prairieville, Louisiana. That's Colton Davis. Aaron Roy in the 35. Got a Pro Mod out there. That's the B99 of William Brooks. Followed by the 20D of Rowdy Day. Rowdy currently sits 5th in the national points for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Behind Day, that's going to be Jason Langford in the 88 XX. Followed by Barron Prince in 9R. So that will conclude Hot Lap session number 2 for the USRA Limited Modifieds presented by Bulletproof Tees. Here comes Hot Lap session number 3 for the USRA Modifieds. Led to the Speedway by Colby Williams in 7cc out of Shongaloo, Louisiana. Followed by last Sunday's winner, 2 Sundays ago. That is the 36 of Colby Mewborn. Picked up the Sunday afternoon victory here 2 weekends ago. Followed by Chris Green in the 1CG. Colby Mewborn in 36C. Taylor Bowes in 21XL. Tracy Denby Jr. in the 15 got the win at Sabine Speedway last night. Trying to sweep the weekend between Sabine and Arklatex. Followed by Connor Williams, the 47cc. Cody Tupper in 23. Landon Malden out of Arkansas in the 42. Dustin Durham in 99X. And TJ Bond in 12. And that will conclude Hot Lap session number 3 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Exiting the Speedway, the 15 of Tracy Denby. Got the 21XL of Taylor Bowes, the 47cc of Connor Williams. 23 is Cody Tupper, the 42 of Landon Malden. The 12 is TJ Bond, the 1CG of Chris Green, 7cc of Colby Williams. The 99X is Dustin Durham, Colby Mewborn in 36, and Connor Mewborn in 36C. Here comes Hot Lap session number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. Have 35 factory stocks tonight. 36 now as the lineup updates. These cars are going to do battle for $1,501 to win tonight here at the Billy Robinson Memorial. First car on the Speedway, that's the B21 of Bubba Jones. He got the win here on our last race, our Sunday afternoon race, followed by the 1 of Stoney Dubois. The 34P, that's Peyton Daughtery out of Bossier City, Louisiana. Followed by Drayton Graham out of Cleveland, Texas in the 66 machine. Got Frank Cannizzaro in the Frank's Fishing number 5. Followed by the birthday boy, that's the 11H of Logan Hughes out of Wascom, Texas. Behind Hughes is going to be the 00 out of Troop, Texas. That is Royce Jones. Followed by the 55 of Dalton Dubois, the 35 of Racing Roy, and the final car on the Speedway is the O'Reilly Auto Parts number 15X of Dakota Wyatt. problems for the 34P Peyton Daughtery. Loud popping coming from that machine as he entered turn number 1. Checkered flag going to wave on hot lap session number 1 as the 34P of Peyton Daughtery stopped in the middle of the back straightaway. Loud popping coming from that machine as it entered turns 1 and 2 during this hot lap session. Hopefully he's able to repair that and get back out for racing action here later this evening. They're exiting the speedway. That's the 11H of Logan Hughes, followed by the 00 Royce Jones. 55 is Dalton Dubois. 35 of Racing Roy. 15X is Dakota Wyatt. The B21 of Bubba Jones. The 1 of Stoney Dubois. The 66 of Drayton Graham. The 5 of Frank Cannizzaro. And again, the 55 of Dalton Dubois. So we're going to apply a little bit of moisture to the inside of the front straightaway, as well as the very inside of turns 1 and 2. As here comes hot lap session number 2 for the factory stocks. First car on the speedway out of Maud, Texas. That's going to be the 5-0 of Cole Ogden, followed by the L1 of Ben Leedy, the 12 of Bo Perry. The 42 is Randall Thompson. Got the 1 star of Cameron Furr. The 117 of Casey Jimerson. 55M of Cody Myers. The 1T is Jason Tyner. 99X of Dustin Durham. And the 10X of Josh Daughtery. That will conclude that hot lap session. Jason Tyner in 1T, Dustin Durham in 99X, Cole Ogden in the 5.0. Got Josh Daughtery in 10X, followed by Randall Thompson in the 42, Bo Perry in the 12. Cameron Furr in 1 star, Ben Leedy in L1, Casey Jimerson in 111, and Cody Myers in the 55M going to go on the hook on the front straightaway. As hot lap session number 3 for the USRA Factory Stocks enters the Speedway. First car on the Speedway out of Princeton, Louisiana. That's the 333 of Corey Giles, followed by the Club 20 of Neil Kemp. Got the winner at Sabine Speedway last night out of Cut and Shoot, Texas. That's the 27 of Dalton Faulkner, followed by Dustin Hennigan in the 22, Cole Cook in 9C, Michael Turner in the B7. Dalen Briscoe out of Paris, Texas in the 7X, followed by Ricky Ingalls in 81, Scotty Case in J27, and Justin Whitehead in 36J, who won at 67 Speedway last night. So race fans, while we have a quick quiet moment, I'd like to tell you a quick story that track builder Gene Border told me earlier today about Billy Robinson. He told me that on a Sunday afternoon around 1992 to 1994 that Billy, Gene, and Steve Ward all went to a racetrack over in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and they had 80 modified entries on that evening. And Billy Robinson won that race over a field of 80 modifieds. And Gene Border told me that was his proudest achievement in racing, was that Billy won that race. Said it was only about $1,000 to win, which just shows you how much racing has changed to draw 80 modifieds for $1,000 to win back in the 90s. But regardless, an incredible feat from the man that we are honoring the legacy of tonight. Billy Robinson won around 1992 to 1994 was Gene's estimate at Fayetteville Speedway, which no longer exists, over in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Billy Robinson won a $1,000 to win race over a field of 80 modifieds. Here comes hot lap session number 1 for the Genuine RV USRA Modifieds. Once again, Billy spent the majority of his career racing these machines, and they are going to race for $1,501 to win tonight. First car on the Speedway, he won the last night out. That was Sunday afternoon, 2 2 weekends ago. That is the Panel Trust Transmissions Unlimited number 2G of Kenny Gaddis, followed by the Hustlin' Hobo Motorsports number 38T of TJ Tollison. You got Chris Hennigan in the TQC Panel Trust number 16, followed by Jake Huckabee in the Teal Jai, 18J, followed by the number 1 of Boo Beckett. Got the Soapy King Car Wash number 6 of Donnie Powers. Larry Shaw Racing Chassis number 79 of Randall Settle, as well as the 7 of Sean Gaddis on the Speedway. Also on the Speedway, the 8T of Dustin Tater Hyde. Good to see Dustin back in modified action. So that will conclude Hot Lap session number 1 for the USRA Modifieds. Good to see Dustin Hyde back in the 8T out of Texarkana, Texas. Followed by the 7 out of Diana, Texas. That's Sean Gaddis. Got Boo Beckett in the 1, Kenny Gaddis in 2G. TJ Tollison in 38T, Chris Hennigan in 16, Jake Huckabee in 18J, Donnie Powers in 6, and Randall Settle in 79. Here comes Hot Lap session number 2 for the USRA Modifieds. Actually going to be a Pro Mod going to pull on the Speedway. That's the 4 Ace of Devin Richards. Here comes the Hot Lap session for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. First car on the Speedway, that's the F5 of Ben McDuff. McDuff followed by the 67L out of Mansfield, Texas. That's Sean Leisure. Followed by the 2 of Austin Marshall. The 46 is Jackson Gallagher. 29B of Brandon Herod. Got the 88 of Danny Bryant, multiple-time winner this season. Followed by the 3D of Dakota Cooper. He's also got a few wins to his name. Won at 67 Speedway last night. Hunter Armstrong in the 25 machine. Got Chris Scott in the 32C. Tracy Corp in the 4. And Kayla Strom in 72K. Also have Madison Gaddis on the Speedway. Her first time racing this evening in the blue and yellow number 2. That is the daughter of Kenny Gaddis, Madison Gaddis, making her first start tonight. So the checkered flag and a wave on the hot lap session for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. Got Jackson Gallagher in the 46. Madison Gaddis in 2. Danny Bryant in 88. Austin Marshall in the 2. Tracy Corp in 4. Brandon Herod in 29B. Dakota Cooper in 3D. Hunter Armstrong in 25. Chris Scott in the 32C. Ben McDuff in F5. Kayla Strom in 72K. And the 67L of Sean Leisure. Here comes another USRA modified. Likely missed the session due to switching out of his limited modified. That's the 9R of Baron Prince. Prince sponsored by Arclitex Shop Builders, Arclitex Garage Doors, and A-Mark Metals. So once again, race fans, just going to repeat that story again because I think it's cool. Gene Border, who built this speedway, told me the story earlier today about a race in Arkansas between the years of 1992 and 1994. Over in Fayetteville, there's a speedway that no longer exists. Said it was a normal weekday or a Sunday race. Said it was a big race for late models, as Gene recalled, and they had 80 modifieds show up. 80 modifieds for $1,000 to win in the middle of Arkansas in the middle of the 90s, and Billy Robinson won that race in his 01 machine. Gene told me that was one of Billy's proudest racing accomplishments, not due to the amount of money in that race, but due to outrunning 79 other cars, and what a huge accomplishment that was back in the 90s. Would be a huge accomplishment today as well, of course. But back then, with gigantic modified fields, like the one in this example, just getting any regular Saturday night win was a large accomplishment, as Billy had 5 modified wins here at Arclitex Speedway. So that will conclude the hot lap session for Baron Prince in his 9R USRA modified. Race fans, once again, while it is quiet, would like to remind you that the official memorial shirt, the Billy Robinson memorial shirt, is being sold in the beer garden the beer window directly under the tower. $20 for Billy Robinson memorial race shirts. All right, race fans, at this time, we'd like to rise and go to the Lord in prayer, ask for his blessing over this event. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you so much for this day, and thank you for allowing us to spend this evening here at Arclitech Speedway. We thank you so much for the legacy of Billy Robinson and all that he meant to everyone here, and the impact that he has had on this sport as well as this speedway and this area of racing. Lord, we pray for safety over all of our drivers, track members, crews, officials, as well as spectators as we enjoy the races tonight and as we go home. As always, we thank you so much for what you've done for us, allowing us a way to be with you, Lord, as you have sent your son to die for our sins, and we thank you so much for that and for the opportunity and the chance to have what we don't deserve. It's in your name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing for the national anthem sang by Miss Marla Green.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Race fans, it's time to kick off the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. And we are going to start with the class that Billy ran for the last few years of his career. It's going to be the Pro Mod division. We have 29 Pro Mods tonight. So we're going to have 3 heats, passing points as always. The top 12 Pro Mods from these 3 heats in passing points will all advance to the A main, and then we'll have 2 B mains that take the top 4 each to complete our 20-car starting field for the biggest race so far this year for the Pro Mods. Kids, we're going to need you in the designated seating area while race cars are on the track. Once again, kids, please stay away from the fence while race cars are on the track. So here comes heat race number 1 for the Pro Mods. It's going to be 8 laps in distance, and once again, it will be the passing points format. So no set amount of cars will be advancing from this heat. Scheduled to be on the pole is going to be the Vic's Paint and Body number 4V out of Marshall, Texas. That's supposed to be Doug Vick. He's not on the speedway. To his outside, scheduled to be the Everything Artsy Events 515 of Trent Humphrey. To the inside of row 2 is the Jay's Lawn Care Service number 2 of Jeff Rice. To his outside, the Carthage Mechanical Solutions B99 of William Brooks. Inside of row 3 is scheduled to be the Lindsay Racing number 27L of Carl Lindsay, racing in honor of his father Joe Lindsay. To his outside, scheduled to be the Pine Island number 87 of Julianne Whitney. The inside of row number 4, that's the Sinlaw RV Center number 16 of Jason Beasley. He's got a win here this season. And to his outside, new to the Pro Mod division, is going to be the BCJ number 1 of Jimmy Day. On the final row, scheduled to be the 45 of Brent Riddle. He's not on the Speedway. And the Kins, number 4 of Jeffrey Bechet. He will be moved up a row. So we called for 10 cars. We got 8. They're going to go 8 laps, passing point system. As we have 3 heats, the top 12 in passing points from the 3 heats will advance to the A. Green flag raised as Rice and Humphrey get us started. Humphrey going to get the advantage. Rice bobbled coming out of turn 4 to the start-finish line, and Humphrey capitalized, taking the early race lead. Rice has second right now, followed by Brooks, as they're side-by-side for fourth between Beasley and Carl Lindsay. Nearly 3 wide with Bechet at that moment. As Lindsay pushes high, he's going to lose 3 spots there. So it's Humphrey, Rice, Brooks, Beasley, and Bechet rounding out your top 5 right now. As here comes Beasley to the inside of Brooks down the back straightaway. Can't make anything happen just yet. Brooks going to sail high through the middle of turns 3 and 4, and here comes Beasley to his inside. Can't make it happen just yet as Bechet closes in on the 16. Bechet looking to the inside of Beasley. He's trying to make a pass for the third spot on the B99 of Brooks as Humphrey's out front, followed by Rice. Brooks going to sail high. Here comes Beasley. Here comes Bechet. They'll both get by. Humphrey, Rice, Beasley, Bechet, and Brooks rounding out your top 5 as here comes Jimmy Day. Jimmy Day's second start in the Pro Mod. He's got 1 win and 1 start so far, winning the Southern Topless Economy Modified feature 2 weekends ago at the Grayson County Speedway. As he's going to go side-by-side with William Brooks as they battle for the 5th spot. Brooks going to sail high. Coming out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. They're side-by-side momentarily as the Brooks edges ahead. Humphrey continues to lead, followed by Rice, Beasley, Bechet, still side-by-side as Day takes the 5th spot away from Brooks. Whitney has 7th, and Lindsay rounds out your 8-car field right now. So Trent Humphrey way out front. He's going to see 2 laps to go this time in his ABC Auto Parts Everything on to events 515. So it's Humphrey, Rice, Beasley, Bechet, and Day, your top 5 cars. Jimmy Day started from the 8th spot, so he's going to try to get him some passing points. Not sure if it'll be enough to launch him into the A. If he does not gain any more spots as the white flag is out for Humphrey. Down the back straightaway, he's got a full straightaway advantage with 1 set of turns to go. The 515 of Trent Humphrey out of Houghton, Louisiana. He's going to take heat race number 1 in the Billy Robinson Memorial. Second place will go to the 2 of Jeff Rice, followed by Jason Beasley, Jeffrey Bechet, and Jimmy Day rounding out the top 5. William Brooks is 6th, Julie Whitney 7th, and Carl Lindsay 8th. So your top 4 from heat race number 1, finishing in the 4th spot, is the 4 of Jeffrey Bechet. Third place was the 16 of Jason Beasley, coming home second, the 2 of Jeff Rice, and taking the first heat race win of the Billy Robinson Memorial Race is the 515 of Trent Humphrey. Heat race number 2 for the Pro Mod's going to line up like this. On the pole in the Lindsay Motorsports number 20, that's going to be Michael Easley, and his outside. In the Glenn Stewart Comedy, Easley Motorsports G25, that's Glenn Stewart. On the inside of row number 2, it's going to be the Johnny's Pizza House Humphrey Racing number 54T of Heath Thompson, and to his outside. In the Fly Low Kennels, Randy Nolan sponsored number 40, that's going to be the Frierson, Louisiana native of Thomas Dowden. To the inside of row number 3. Out of Shreveport, Louisiana, multiple-time track champion at the Boot Hill Speedway. That's going to be the McDonald's sponsored number 27 of Mike Washburn. To his outside is going to be the 41, that's the Timon Motorsports 41 of Brad Timon out of Mooringsport, Louisiana. To the inside of row number 4 in the Bell's Towing and Recovery. The Pink Poodle North Shreveport Auto Title 49C, that's Tim Bell. To his outside, the RKS Cattle Company number 7S of Blaine Stewart. And on the inside of the final row out of DeBerry, Texas, it's going to be the Ray Ingalls Racing IRP Race Cars number Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. And scheduled to his outside will be the 4. That's the Bluebird number 4 of Devin Richards. Looks like the 40 of Dowden going to surrender his fourth place starting spot and tag the rear of the field. So that will move Timon, Stewart, and Richards up a row as we have all 10 cars here in attendance for heat race number 2. Once again, the passing point system. They're going 8 laps. Easley and Stewart, a pair of teammates, going to lead us to the green flag in heat race number 2. Easley gets a good jump, followed by Stewart. Here comes Thompson and Washburn, as Timon has the 5th spot right now, as they're going to go 2 by 1 down the back straightaway from the 5th to 9th spots. Easley leads lap number 1, followed by Stewart. Washburn takes 3rd in the line from Thompson. Richards has the 5th spot right now, as here comes Hatton applying pressure to Stewart, followed by Timon, Bell, and Dowden. So Easley's out front, followed by his teammate of Glenn Stewart, Mike Washburn, making a strong run in the 27 machine. Keith Thompson in 5014 runs in the 4th spot, as Chase Hatton gets around Blaine Stewart for the 6th spot. Now he's going to chase after the 4 ace of Devin Richards. Tim Bell makes a pass for the 8th spot, getting around Brad Timon in the 41 machine, as Washburn goes after the G25 of Stewart. Can't make it happen just yet. That's going to allow Thompson to recover some space, regain on the 3rd place position. We'll see if he can capitalize from that, as it's halfway down for Easley right now. Washburn all over the back bumper of the G25 of Glenn Stewart, as he keeps looking to the inside, can't quite make a pass. Only allowing the 20 of Easley to further extend his advantage out front. Easley, Stewart, Washburn, Thompson, and Richards, your top 5, as Chase Hatton struggling right now, running in the 6th spot. Stewart has 7th, Bell is 8th, Dowden is 9th, and Timon rounds out your top 10, as there's 2 laps to go this time for Easley. Here comes Washburn to the inside of Stewart, still can't make a move. He's going to throw a slider right in front of Stewart, and Stewart doesn't like it. Going to send the G25 off the top of turns 1 and 2. And the first caution flag of the event is going to wave. Unsuccessful slide job there from the 27 of Mike Washburn, causing contact with the G25 of Glenn Stewart, sending Glenn over the edge of turns 1 and 2, bringing out the first caution of the evening. It's like the G25 of Glenn Lindsay about to let Mike Washburn know he didn't appreciate that move. And he's going to go back to tagging in the rear of the field. So we're going to have 6 laps down, 2 laps to go. We'll see how many spots the G25 of Glenn Stewart can make up, as we currently have all cars still running in this heat race. So lights are out. Excuse me, not out this time. They'll be out next time. We will go green next time around, as we got 6 laps down, 2 laps to go for the 20 of Michael Easley. Mike Washburn has quickly worked his way from a 5th place starting spot. He now runs 2nd. The 54T of Heath Thompson started 3rd, runs 3rd. 4th place is now occupied by the 4 of Devin Richards, who started from the 10th spot. So he's capitalizing on the passing point system, as well as Chase Hatton, who started 9th, now runs 5th. Blaine Stewart started 8th, runs 6th. Tim Bell started 7th, runs 7th. As Timon's running 8th, he started 6th. Lights are out. We're going to go back to the green flag for 2 more laps here in heat race number 2 for the Pro Mods. Here comes Mike Washburn as he's going to apply pressure. Chase Hatton going to get into the back of the 54T of Heath Thompson, sending him around over in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Caution flag going to wave. So the caution going to be ruled on the 54T of Heath Thompson. He's going to be sent to the rear of the field. As now Devin Richards' run has risen from a 10th to 3rd. We'll see if the 4 ace can pull it off from the rear of the field, as he's going to have 2 laps to go to try to make something happen from the second row. So once again, light's going to go out. We'll try to get this one in. We got 2 laps to go for Easley. Washburn has second. He's choosing the high side, going to send Richards to the inside. Hatton has fourth. Stewart is fifth. Bell sixth. Glenn Stewart, spelled differently, not related to the 7 of Blaine Stewart, runs in the 7th spot. The green flag back out as Michael Easley leads us back to the green flag. Here comes Richards looking to the inside of Washburn as Bell and Stewart go side by side, now nearly 3 wide with the other Stewart. As here comes Mike Washburn. Washburn going to look to the top side, trying to get momentum coming after contact as the 7S spins, collecting the 41 of Timon. And the caution flag going to go back out for the 3rd time here in heat race number 2 for the Pro Mods. So race fans, we are thrilled to be joined tonight by Race on Texas, as the Billy Robinson Memorial is undoubtedly something that many people all over the country, mainly here in the Arklatex, want to watch, as he was such an icon here for local Arklatex racing. So we are glad to have Race on Texas here tonight, be live on Race on Texas. My name is Colin Bell. I am the track announcer here at Arklatex Speedway. You can find me on Facebook at Colin Bell-Announcer. If you want a shout out watching on Race on Texas, send my page a message. I do not have access to the Race on Texas page, so if you comment on a Race on Texas live video, I cannot see it. So you have to message my personal page, and I can give you a shout out from there. Once again, that's Colin Bell-Announcer on Facebook. So the caution flag out for a 3rd time. That is Blaine Stewart in the 7S as he spun in on the exit of turn number 4, collecting the 41 of Brad Timon. Looks like minimal damage for Timon. He's going to be able to continue, but you cannot say the same for Blaine Stewart as he's being assisted off the speedway. So lights are out. We're going to try it one more time. 2 laps to go. Got Easley, Washburn, Richards, Hatton, and Bell rounding out your top 5 right now, as we got 2 laps to go. Here comes Richards. He gets a good restart to the inside of Washburn, as he's trying to take away the 2nd spot. Hatton has 4th, followed by Bell. Stewart going to apply pressure to Bell for the 5th spot. He's going to look to the outside down the back straightaway. Side by side entering turn number 3. Bell on the inside, Stewart on the outside as the white flag waves. Easley, Washburn, Richards, Hatton, and Stewart, your top 5. Richards digging on the bottom of on the exit of turn number 2, trying to go 10th to 2nd if he can get around Washburn. Coming out of turn number 4, taking heat race number 2, is going to be the 20 of Michael Easley. Michael Washburn 2nd, Devin Richards is 3rd. Chase Hatton 4th, Glenn Stewart 5th, Tim Bell is 6th. Followed by Heath Thompson in 7th, Brad Timon is 8th, and Thomas Dowden rounds out the field in the 9th place finishing position. So taking the win from the pole is going to be the 20 of Michael Easley. Finishing in the 2nd spot, that's the 27 of Mike Washburn. He started in the 5th spot, finishes 2nd. 3rd place from 10th, that's Devin Richards in the 4, and taking the 4th spot from 9th, that's Chase Hatton out of DeBerry, Texas. So heat race number 3 for the Pro Mods. Once again, these are passing points. The top 12 combined passing points will all advance to the A. So no set amount from the heat. It is not 4 from each heat. It's the top 12 in passing points total from the 29 competitors after heat races. Then we'll split into 2 B mains and take the top 4 from each of the B mains for the Pro Mods. So heat race number 3 in a lineup like this on the pole out of Doddridge, Arkansas. In the T5, bought that car from Gene Border. That is the T8 of Bubba Thomas. To his outside, out of Purcell, Oklahoma, in the M&M Mowers, Heron Brothers Trucking, Bell's Towing and Recovery, number 49J. Out of Purcell, Oklahoma, that's Larry Bell. To the inside of row number 2, out of Carthage, Texas, in the Carthage Mechanical Solutions T12, that's Jacob Toomey. To his outside, coming in on a hot streak, he's got 3 wins in a row. He won back-to-back here and got one at Boot Hill Speedway last weekend. That's the Greenwood Transmission, Stonewall Transmission, number 199 of Josh Warren. To the inside of row number 3, the Carthage Mechanical Solutions 84 of Dakota Tutt. To his outside, Dakota Isley out of Texarkana, Arkansas. Rusty Neff, Brad Barnes, and BJ Cook round out your 9-car field for heat race number 3, and we are green. Thomas going to get the jump as they're 3 wide for the second spot. Warren going to the outside of Thomas. Toomey and Warren down the back straightaway side by side. Bell holds the 3rd spot. Bell going to look to the top, try to get a run on the T11 of Toomey as Josh Warren leads lap number 1. Warren, Toomey, Bell, Thomas, and they're 3 wide for the 5th spot. Barnes, Isley, and Neff sought 3 wide at the line as the 84 of Dakota Tutt pulls to the infield. So Josh Warren out front and in control right now in the 199 as Toomey runs second, followed by Bell. Isley and Thomas round out your top 5 as Barnes approaches Thomas. Cook going to go to the outside, and he'll take the 5th spot. BJ Cook working the top side of the speedway as he's quickly worked his way from 9th to 5th. And now he's going to come after Isley for the 4th spot as Brad Barnes spins in turns 3 and 4. Caution flag for the 60 car of Brad Barnes as he spun down there in the inside of turns 3 and 4. And the caution flag going to wave 3 laps in with 5 laps to go in heat race number 3 for the Pro Mods. So caution flag waves 3 laps into heat race number 2. The 199 out front. 2 weeks ago today, he got his first win in the Pro Mod division. Then he won the next night here as well on the Sunday afternoon race, and then he got another win last weekend at Boot Hill Speedway. So he went from no wins in the Pro Mods to winning 3 in a row in that 199 machine. Josh Warren, a very accomplished modified racer in his own right back in the day, as well as many front-wheel drive 4-cylinder wins. And I believe quite a few factory as well. As the green flag going to wave on heat race number 3, we're back to the green flag. Warren gets a good start, followed by Toomey, Bell, Cook, and Isley. As Cook going to look to the outside of Larry Bell down the back straightaway, he'll take the 3rd spot. Bell going to fight back to the inside as it's halfway this time for Warren. Bell has the 3rd spot at the line. Warren, Toomey, Bell, Cook, and Isley, your top 5. As Cook and Bell continue to battle side by side for the 3rd spot. Cook running through the middle, Bell on the bottom. Bell getting a better advantage on the exit of turn number 4 as smoke pours out of the 49C, liquid all over the speedway, and he spins to the infield. Caution flag waves as the 49J facing the wrong direction in the infield. Had a great battle going side by side with the 43J of BJ Cook as they were battling side by side for the 3rd spot until smoke and liquid started pouring out of the 49J. So we got 5 laps down, 3 laps to go as the caution flag waved for the 49J of Larry Bell. He's going to be assisted further into the infield to a safe distance, and we'll have 3 laps to go in heat race number 3. Current running order is Josh Warren has the lead. Jacob Toomey runs in the second spot, followed by BJ Cook. Dakota Isley, Brad Barnes, Rusty Neff, and Bubba Thomas round out your 7-car field at the moment. So lights are out. We're going to have 3 laps to go in Pro Mod Heat Race number 3. Lights are back out. Josh Warren going to lead us back to the green flag as BJ Cook takes the second spot away from Toomey. Contact there between the 43J and the T11. But regardless, the 43J has gone 9th to 2nd so far in this heat race. And now he's going to chase after Josh Warren. Can BJ Cook pull it off? He's got a win earlier this year at Boot Hill Speedway, but there's 2 laps to go. Can he catch Josh Warren? Warren followed by Cook as Isley looks to the inside of Toomey. Can't make anything happen just yet. Barnes rounds out your top 5. White flag this time for the 199 of Warren. Looks as if the 43J of Cook might be catching him. 3rd through 5th still running single file as here comes the 43J of Cook. Gains on the entry of 2, loses on the exit, I should say. And coming out of turn number 4, taking heat race number 3 for the Pro Mods, the 199 of Josh Warren. It's Warren, Cook, Toomey, Isley, and Barnes, your top 5, followed by Thomas and Neff. So finishing in the 4th spot, that's going to be the 777 of Dakota Isley. 3rd, the T11 of Jacob Toomey. 2nd will be the 43J of BJ Cook from 9th. And taking the win from the pole, that's going to be the 199 of Josh Warren. He actually started in the 4th spot. 4th to 1st, the 199 of Josh Warren. So here comes heat race number 1 of 3 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Once again, this will also be passing point system, so the top 12 cars from these 3 combined heat races will lock into the A main. So scheduled to be on the pole, the Hadaway Towing Herald's Collision. Western Flyer chassis number 36C out of Texarkana, Texas. That's Connor Mewborn. To his outside out of Houghton, Louisiana, the A-Mark Metals Architect Shop Builders, Architects Garage Doors 9R of Baron Prince. To the inside of row number 2 out of Louisville, Arkansas, it's the 3-state Harley-Davidson, number 30T of Tim McDonald. To the outside of McDonald, the IRP race cars, 5G of Charles Graham. Inside of row number 3, that's Landon Malden in 42. TJ Bond in the 12, Connor Williams in 47cc. Justin Whitehead in 88, Braden Stewart in 7S, and Tracy Denby Jr. in the 15. 8 laps, we are green for heat race number 1. Connor Mewborn going to get the jump on the start in the 36C as they're 3 wide for the 3rd spot. Graham, Malden, and McDonald 3 wide momentarily for the 3rd spot. Race fans, that's why we call this place the land of the 3 wide, because 3 wide is quite frequent here. As once again, they're going to have 3 wide off the exit with TJ Bond replacing Malden in that 3-car battle for the 3rd spot. Here comes Justin Whitehead. Here comes Connor Williams. May very well be 4 wide very soon. Got Mewborn out front, followed by Prince. Bond, Whitehead, and Graham at the line. Here comes Denby. 3 wide once again between Graham, Denby, and Williams as Malden going to take a detour through the infield. Mewborn way out front, followed by Prince, Whitehead, Bond, and Denby as the caution flag going to wave. Caution flag waving as we have a dog loose on the back straightaway. Race fans, this is a first for me. I've never seen this as a caution flag. But there is a dog on the back straightaway, so we're going to have to throw the caution flag. So 2 laps in, and the large lead for Connor Mewborn in 36C going to be erased by the dog on the max straightaway. Would appear a dog got loose in the pits and ran onto the speedway. So we had to throw a caution flag for the safety of the dog as well as our drivers. As the Arklatex Speedway track officials trying to corral the dog and direct him back towards the pits. So it's Connor Mewborn, followed by Baron Prince, TJ Bond, Justin Whitehead, and Charles Graham. We are top 5 right now. Tracy Denby Jr. runs in the 6th spot, followed by Connor Williams in 7th. Tim McDonald is 8th, and rounding out the field at the moment is Braden Stewart in the 7S. So once again, this is the first of 3 heat races for the USRA Limited Modifieds. We have 30 USRA Limited Modifieds tonight, as they are battling for $1,501 to win here at the Billy Robinson Memorial at the land of the 3-wide Arklatex Speedway. So we got 2 laps down, 6 to go in heat race number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Connor Mewborn going to lead us back to the green in his 36C machine. Looks like Mewborn catches the second row off guard as he's going to get a great jump as Bond and Prince go side by side. Here comes Whitehead to the inside. Here comes Denby. As Graham slips back 2 spots, Denby and Williams get around Graham. As Bond edges ahead of Prince, here comes Whitehead to the inside. Mewborn's out front. Mewborn, Bond, Prince, Whitehead, and Denby. Here comes Whitehead to the inside of Prince. Going to be 3 wide with TJ Bond as they go down the back straightaway. Bond going to get the advantage. Here comes Whitehead to the inside. Halfway this time for Mewborn. As Whitehead working the inside of the speedway, he takes second at the line this time from Bond. Dustin Whitehead driving Dustin Taylor's number 88 machine. As he works his way to the 2nd spot, he started 8th. So it's Mewborn, Whitehead, Bond, Prince, and Denby as they're 3 wide for the 3rd spot between Bond, Denby, and Prince. The USRA Limited Modifieds right now showcasing how great this speedway is and how great this racing surface is this evening. But right now it's all Connor Mewborn out front. The CC's 2 laps to go this time. Mewborn, Whitehead, Prince, Denby, and Bond, your top 5 cars, as Connor Williams trying to chase down the 3-car battle for the 3rd spot. Graham, Stewart, and McDonald round out the field as Mewborn's going to see the white flag this time. Baron Prince getting something worked up on top as he's trying to get the 9R machine around the top side of the speedway. Mewborn's out front. Here comes Prince. Can he make one more run at Whitehead? As Mewborn's way out front, he's going to get the checkered flag of heat race number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Coming out of turn 4 at the line. 2nd will go to Whitehead. 3rd is Prince. Denby finishes 4th. Bond 5th. Williams is 6th. Stewart 7th. Graham 8th. And McDonald 9th. So your top 4 cars from heat race number 1, Tracy Denby Jr. in 15 finishes in the 4th spot. 3rd will go to the 9R of Baron Prince. 2nd, the 88 of Justin Whitehead. And taking the win from heat race number 1 from the pole position is the 36C of Connor Mewborn. So once again, we'd like to give a big shout out to all the sponsors that have made this race possible and made this race bigger and better than originally scheduled. So Derek Grigsby with Marshall's Lube and Auto, Billy and Edie Hennigan Insight Logistics LLC, Sloan Gibson with Absolute Diesel Services, Marcy and Michelle with Career Search, Right Way Machine Shop, Hannah Howard and Reflexology, Helen Howard and Massage Therapy, Genuine RV, Transmissions Unlimited, that's Kenny Gaddis, and Phil Townsend and Tyler Townsend with TNT Auto Parts. Here comes heat race number 2 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. On the pole, a good friend of Billy Robinson, used to travel around with him. That's the Texarkana, Arkansas native, and the 50 of Steve Ward. To his outside, Greenville Texan, 5th in national points for the USRA Limited Modifieds. That's Rowdy Day. Aaron Roy, Skeet Amerson, Jason Langford, Josh Bauckham, Taylor Bose, Colby Newborn, Dustin Taylor, and Dustin Durham. And we are green for 8 laps of heat race number 2. Aaron Roy going to get the edge down the back straightaway as Rowdy Day works to the inside of Steve Ward. Skeet Amerson battling against Bauckham as well as Langford as they are in a 3-car battle for the 4th through 6th spots. Bauckham going to go off the top side of the Speedway in turns 1 and 2. And he will re-enter the Speedway down the back straightaway, but he will drop from 4th to 10th as Aaron Roy leads, followed by Steve Ward, Rowdy Day, Skeet Amerson, and Jason Langford. Here comes Colby Newborn, winner out here last time out, as he's trying to battle with Langford for the 5th spot. So it's Roy, followed by Ward, Day, Amerson, and Langford. Is Amerson going to go 3 wide with Roy and Ward down the back straightaway? Halfway this time for Aaron Roy in the 35. As Rowdy Day takes the 2nd spot, going to get the door-to-door contact with the 50 of Steve Ward. Rowdy takes the 2nd spot as Langford gets tied up in the infield. He'll lose the 5th spot. Here comes Amerson. He's going to throw a slide job in front of the 50 of Ward. As here comes the 36 of Colby Newborn. So it's Roy, Day, Amerson, Newborn, and Ward as Newborn gets around Steve Ward for the 4th spot, as there's 2 laps to go this time for the 35 of Aaron Roy. So Aaron Roy, Rowdy Day, Skeet Amerson, Colby Newborn, and Steve Ward, your top 5 cars, as here comes Colby Newborn down the back straightaway, trying to work on the F5 of Skeet Amerson, as the white flag waves this time for the 35. Here comes Newborn working to the inside of Amerson. Amerson going to push out of turn number 2. Here comes Newborn to his inside down the back straightaway. They're side by side. Roy's going to get the win. Day has 2nd right now as Amerson pushes high. Coming out of turn number 4, Amerson at the line. He'll take the 3rd spot. So it's Aaron Roy, followed by Rowdy Day, Skeet Amerson, Colby Newborn, and Steve Ward rounding out your top 5. With the 32 of Dustin Taylor finishing in the 6th spot. My apologies getting that lineup to you, race fans. I was trying to shout out the sponsors that have made this purse so great this evening. And they caught me off guard going 1 lap around and getting the green flag going. But regardless, a great race from heat race number 2 for the Bulletproof 2's USRA Limited Modifieds. So to make sure I don't make the same mistake again, here comes heat race number 3. Here is your lineup. On the pole out of Prairieville, Louisiana. In the 21T, frequent racer at Baton Rouge Speedway. That's going to be the 21T of Colton Davis. To his outside out of Blanchard, Louisiana. That is going to be Cody Tupper. To the inside of row number 2, the Marshalls Lubin Auto. True Love Law Firm number 69 out of Marshall, Texas. That's Derek Grigsby. And to his outside out of Canton, Texas, the IRP Race Cars 5S of Blaine Smith. On the inside of row number 3. Currently sits 3rd in national points for USRA Limited Modifieds. Out of Hooks, Texas. And the Genuine RV number 2, that is Adam Roy. To his outside out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the T5 of Tommy Tullis. On the inside of row number 4 out of Texarkana, Texas, that's Jake Huckabee in the 18J. To his outside, the 7cc of Colby Williams. The final row will be Ricky Ingalls and Chris Green. Once again, 8 laps. It is the passing point system, so no guaranteed amount of cars going to advance from this one as the 21 of Davis gets loose on the original start, and he ends up in the infield. Tupper takes advantage as he takes the lead. Grigsby and Smith go side by side for the second spot, followed by Roy and Tullis, your top 5 right now. Williams looking to the inside of Tullis. He's going to take the 5th spot as Tupper leads lap number 1, followed by Grigsby, Smith, Roy, and Williams. As here comes Ricky Ingles in the 81, going to battle for the 5th spot as Colby Williams sails high. 5th will belong to Ricky Ingles as Adam Roy takes the 3rd spot away from Smith. Smith getting into the 2 machine. He's going to turn him around, collect the 7cc. That is Blaine Smith in the 5S, getting into the back of the 2 machine of Adam Roy. Going to spin him around, and the caution flag will wave in heat race number 3 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. So we got 2 laps in heat race number 3 for the USRA Limited Modifieds, and the caution flag waves as the 5S of Blaine Smith collides with the 2 of Adam Roy and collects the 7cc of Colby Williams. So the caution flag going to be charged on all 3 of the cars involved there, the 7cc, the 5S, and the 2. It looks as if the 1CG of Chris Green content just to start at the back of the field. So lights are going to go out. We're going to go green the next time by. We got 2 laps down, 6 laps to go as Cody Tupper has the race lead right now. Race fans, keep your eyes on the 81 of Ricky Ingles, as in 2 laps he has gone 9th to 3rd. Going to see if the 81 can capitalize and take a heat race win from the 9th spot. Caution going to allow him to close in on the 69 of Derek Grigsby and the 23 of Cody Tupper, and we'll see if Ricky Ingles has anything in that 81 machine. So it's Tupper, Grigsby, Tullis, and Davis, your top 5 cars, as we're going green for 6 more laps in heat race number 3 for the USRA Limited Modified. Tupper gets a good start as Ingles and Grigsby go side by side for the 2nd spot. Tullis has 4th, pressured by the 7cc of Williams. Grigsby working on the inside of the Speedway, looking to the inside of Tupper, can't make a move just yet. Tupper leads, followed by Grigsby, Ingles, Williams, and Davis, your top 5. Here comes Darren Grigsby to the inside of the 23. They're going to go side by side down the back straightaway. Grigsby and Tupper. Davis going to throw a slide job on the 7cc of Williams. He'll take the 4th spot back. As the battle for the lead between Grigsby and Tupper continues. Still side by side as Tupper still has the advantage. Tupper on the high side, Grigsby on the inside. As Tupper using the high side of momentum to continue to lead at at the line each time by just a nose. Tupper gets a better run off of turn number 2 that time, and he's going to extend to a full car length advantage. Perhaps 2 or 3 now. He dives to the top once again. Grigsby working the inside. Not paying off for Grigsby as Tupper's going to drive away with the high side momentum. Roy and Davis beating the man down the front straightaway for the 5th spot as Adam Roy takes 5th away from the 21 of Colton Davis. So it's Tupper, Grigsby, Ingalls, Williams, and Roy as the white flag waves. Davis going to tap Roy. No harm, no foul. Will stay green, and Davis gets loose down the front straightaway. Going to spin to the infield. He's going to turn around and will stay green as Ricky Ingalls has problems down the back straightaway. Problems for the 81 is coming out of 4. Tupper's going to win it. Grigsby 2nd. Williams 3rd. Roy will get 5th, and Roy 4th, and Ricky Ingalls finishes in the 5th spot with a broken race car. So your top 4 from heat race number 3, taking the 4th spot, that's going to be the 2 of Adam Roy. 3rd will be the 7cc of Colby Williams. 2nd, the 69 of Derek Grigsby. And taking the win in heat race number 3, that's Cody Tupper out of Blanchard, Louisiana. So we'd like to give a shout out to Jose from Frankston as he's watching on Race on Texas tonight. His first time watching here at the Land of the 3 Wide, courtesy of Race on Texas, watching the Billy Robinson Memorial Race here. So here comes heat race number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. We got 35 USRA factory stocks, and we'll have 4 heat races. Just like with the other classes, top 12 will advance in passing points to the A main, and we will get our last 8 cars from B mains. So heat race number 1 going to line up like this. On the pole, it's going to be Racing Roy in 35. To his outside, the Frank's Fishing number 5 out of Mansfield, Louisiana. That's Frank Canizaro. To the inside of row number 2 out of Winona, Texas. On Winona, Texas, that's the 1T of Jason Tyner. Looks as if track crew going to get some debris off the front straightaway here. So we're going to have to hold up just a second as Ricky Ingalls gets into his factory stock here for heat race number 1. He was in heat race number 3 for the limited modified, so we're going to give him just a bit of time to get into his factory stock and back to the Speedway. So back to the lineup on the inside of row number 2. In the B&P Sprigging Billy Kirk Racing number 1T, that's Jason Tyner. To his outside is going to be the 9C of Cole Cook. Inside of row number 3, out of Minden, Louisiana, that's Michael Turner in the Hunter's Body Shop number B7. To his outside will be the Joe Best Motorsports Ingalls Racing Performance number 81 of Ricky Ingalls. To the inside of row number 4, going to be the Club 20 Outlaw Race Car number 20 of Neil Kemp out of Mineral Springs, Arkansas. To his outside will be the 34P of Peyton Daughtery. Good to see him back after the popping in the hot laps. Good to see him back on the Speedway. Daughtery sponsored by Classic Auto Repair. And the final car on the Speedway out of Texarkana, Arkansas, and that is Shelby Ward in the Club 20 sponsored number 50. So Ricky Ingalls joining us on the Speedway in his white and blue factory stock. And we are going to go 8 laps. Once again, the top 12 in passing points for all the divisions that need heat B mains this evening. The top 12 cars and passing points will advance from the heats and avoid B main action. So Roy and Canizaro going to lead us to green in heat race number 1 of 4 for the USRA factory stocks. who are racing for $1,501 to win tonight here at the Billy Robinson Memorial. Roy and Canizaro going to get a good start side by side as Canizaro edges to the outside of Roy. He's going to get the advantage, and he sails up the track on the exit of turn number 2. Looks like that thing doesn't want to turn for Frank as Racing Roy gets the early race lead. Here comes Tyner to his outside. Ricky Ingles is there as Cole Cook goes side by side with Canizaro, and they're 3 wide for the lead. Tyner, Ingles, and Roy 3 wide momentarily for the lead. As here comes Ingles to the inside of Tyner. They're going to go side by side down the back straightaway. Roy has 3rd. Canizaro is 5th as they're side by side for 5th between Cook and Kemp. Ricky Ingles on the inside, Jason Tyner on the outside. Tyner still leads in the 1T. Roy, Canizaro, and Kemp. Club 20 of Neil Kemp trying to get some momentum worked up, trying to work his way through the field. From his 7th place starting spot, he's going to work to the outside of Racing Roy. Coming out of 4 at the line. This time it's going to be Kemp, narrowly edging out Roy for the 4th spot. Here comes Ingles back to the inside of Tyner. Once again, they're side by side down the back straightaway. Canizaro is 3rd, Kemp 4th, and Roy rounds out your top 5. Here comes Ricky Ingles to the inside. Once again, Tyner uses the top side to drive away and get to the front of the 81 right now. Here comes Neil Kemp as he starts to apply pressure to the 5 of Canizaro, who closes in on the 81 of Ingles. Got a 4-car breakaway right now as Racing Roy holding the 5th spot, followed by Cook, Franks, Daughtery, and Turner rounding out your field in heat race number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. Side-by-side battle for the 6th spot as Shelby Franks works to the inside of Cole Cook. We got 2 laps to go this time, and there's 4 cars out front who can win it. Tyner, Ingles, Canizaro, and Kemp. As they're all single file right now, but they're all within striking distance of each other. Tyner works the inside of the Speedway. Canizaro trying to look to the inside of Ingles. Trying to get as low as he can on the exit of turn number 4 and make up as much ground as possible in that 5 machine. Going to sail high out of turn 2. Here comes Neil Kemp to his inside down the back straightaway. Can't make anything happen yet. He's going to dive to the inside in turns 3 and 4. Contact between Kemp and Canizaro, but Kemp takes the 3rd spot. Tyner wins it. Ingles, Kemp, Canizaro going to run into the back of the Club 20 after the checkered flag. Roy, Franks, Daughtery, and Turner round out your field as Canizaro and Kemp showing their displeasure with each other as Cole Cook rounds out the field. So your top 5 cars, finishing 4th, the 5 of Frank Canizaro. 3rd will go to the Club 20 of Neil Kemp. 2nd place, the 81 of Ricky Ingles, and taking the win from the 3rd place starting position, the 1T of Jason Tyner. So heat race number 2 for the USRA factory stocks going to line up like this. On the pole out of Princeton, Louisiana, it's the 333 of Corey Giles. To his outside in the laser race car, Superior Bar and Grill number 12 out of Bossier City, Louisiana, that's Bo Perry. On the inside of row number 2, got the win at Sabine Speedway last night and is the reigning Cajun Classic champion out of Cut and Shoot, Texas in the DAF chassis number 27, that's Dalton Faulkner. To his outside out of Cleveland, Texas in the 66 machine, that's Drayton Graham. On the inside of row number 3 out of Provençal, Louisiana, the O'Reilly Auto Parts number 15X of Dakota Wyatt. To his outside, the Rollo's Lubin Auto TQC number 22 of Dustin Hennigan out of Marshall, Texas. On the inside of row number 4 out of Texarkana, Arkansas, it's the 99X of Dustin Durham. To his outside, the 7X out of Paris, Texas, that's Dalen Briscoe in 7X. And rounding out the field in the crawfish time, Joe Best Motorsports, Twin City Towing number 55M, that's Cody Myers. Cody Myers got a win last weekend at Boot Hill Speedway, and he has a win here at Arclotech Speedway earlier this year. Once again, 8 laps passing point system as Giles in 333 decides he wants to go to the rear, or perhaps he has problems as he slows. Now seems to have regained power in that machine. I believe he's trying to go to the rear of this heat. So that will create the front row of Faulkner and Perry. Two of the front runners at all of the big money shows for the factory stocks, all the crown jewel races each year. So this is sure to be a good one with Faulkner and Perry on the front row. Followed by Wyatt and Graham, Durham and Hennigan, Myers, Briscoe, and Giles. So lights are going to go out. We're going to go 8 laps for heat race number 2 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Faulkner and Perry. Here we go. Faulkner on the inside. He's going to try to slide up the speedway. Try to take away the line from Perry, but he doesn't have to. He's going to work through the middle, and he's going to get the advantage. Now he's going to slide a bit higher. Perry looking to the inside, a lane lower. That's Faulkner leads lap 1, followed by Perry. Wyatt. Graham and Durham rounding out your top 5 that time by as here comes Bo Perry to the inside of Faulkner. Perry on the inside, Faulkner on the outside, followed by Wyatt, Durham, and Graham as they round out the top 5, followed by Myers, Hennigan, and Giles as Briscoe pulls to the infield in the 7X machine. Here comes Dakota Wyatt working to the inside of the 12 of Bo Perry as Dalton Faulkner slips away from the 12. Gets about a 2-car length advantage out front. Now he's going to extend it. Dakota Wyatt takes second. So it's Faulkner, Wyatt, Perry, Durham, and Graham as Cody Myers going to take the 5th spot away from Drayton Graham down the back straightaway. Here comes Dustin Durham. He's going to take the 3rd spot away from Bo Perry. Strong run from the 99X thus far. Halfway down right now for Faulkner as Cody Myers working on the top side of the speedway. The 3 cars in front of him all working the inside. Myers going to lose ground on the exit of 2. Gained on the entrance, lost on the exit, and now he's going to fall in line to the bottom side of the speedway. 99X of Dustin Durham got something figured out there on the inside of the speedway as he's looking to the inside of Wyatt. Dakota Wyatt running in the 2nd spot as Dalton Faulkner way out front right now in the 27. Dalton's self-built DAF chassis, he's named Roxy. And she's been a good one for him as there's 2 laps to go right now for the 27. Faulkner, Wyatt, Durham, Perry, and Myers, your top 5 as Cody Myers trying to get a few more spots here with 1 lap to go as Durham going to push way high and they're 3 wide for 3rd. Myers going to get by, Perry going to get by as the 99 going to spin right in front of Hennigan as well as Graham and they both avoid him. He's going to keep rolling. We'll be able to finish this one naturally as the checkered flag waves for the 27 of Dalton Faulkner. 2nd will go to Dakota Wyatt. 3rd is Bo Perry. Cody Myers 4th, and Dustin Hennigan rounds out your top 5. So your top 5 cars in heat race number 2 for the USRA Factory Stocks. 4th will be the 55M of Cody Myers. 3rd goes to the 12 of Bo Perry. 2nd will be the 15X of Dakota Wyatt, and taking the win in heat race number 2, the 27 of Dalton Faulkner. Heat race number 3 for the USRA Factory Stocks going to line up like this. On the pole, he is the current national points leader for USRA Factory Stocks. They call him Pork Chop. Out of Jacksonville, Texas, in the Soapy King Car Wash number 70, that's Kenneth Chamberlain. To his outside, out of Marshall, Texas, frequent flyer here in Victory Lane, that's Chris Hennigan in his C16 Factory stock. On the inside of row number 2, out of Jonesboro, Louisiana, that's Ben Leedy in L1. To his outside, out of Robeline, Louisiana, the 55 of Dalton Dubois. On the inside of row number 3, the Jeff's Racing Products, number 40 out of Houghton, Louisiana, that's Jeff Lewis. To his outside, the Battle Wagon Race Cars, number J27, that's Marshall, Texans, Scotty Case. On the inside of row number 4, out of Bossier City, Louisiana, in the Twin City Towing, Joe Best Motorsports, number 10X, that's Josh Daughtery. And to his outside, out of Troop, Texas, it's the 00 of Royce Jones. Starting from the 9th position, the birthday boy tonight out of Wascom, Texas. That's the 11H of Logan Hughes. And that rounds out the field for heat race number 3 of the USRA factory stocks. Once again, we are using the passing point system, so there is no set amount of cars to advance. So an 8-lap heat race here for heat race number 3 of 4 for the USRA factory stocks. As we called for 9 cars, only seeing 8 out there. So it looks like the 11H of Logan Hughes not going to make the call. As he arrives late to the Speedway, he won't go a lap down, but he's going to need the benefit of a caution flag if he wants to regain ground on the field as Chris Hennigan gets the early race lead. Pork Chop goes side by side with the 55 of DuBois. As Leedy goes side by side with the Battle Wagon Race Car J27 of Pace, and he takes the 4th spot this time. Jeff Lewis battling side by side with Royce Jones, and he takes the 6th spot right there out of turn number 2. As Josh Daugherty takes the 7th spot from Jones. So Hennigan, DuBois, Leedy, Chamberlain, and Case, your top 5 cars right now. Followed by Lewis, Daugherty, Jones, and Hughes. As they're 3 wide for the 6th spot momentarily as Daugherty splits Jones and Lewis. As he's going to go 8th to 6th. As Hennigan continues to lead, but he's being pressured quickly by the 55 of Dalton DuBois. Hennigan on the top side, DuBois working through the middle, and he's going to get the advantage as Hennigan slows on the exit of turn number 2. Problems for the race leader of Chris Hennigan. As the C16 limps towards the pits, Dalton DuBois, the new race leader in 55. DuBois leading Chamberlain, Case, and Daugherty as there's contact for the 4th spot between Daugherty and Case as they battle on the inside of the Speedway, trying to battle for track position and the preferred line. DuBois leads, Leedy 2nd, Chamberlain is 3rd. Case and Daugherty are rounding out the top 4 and 5. Jeff Lewis sitting there in the 6th spot. Royce Jones is 7th, and rounding out the field right now, the 11H of Logan Hughes. Problems for Royce Jones as he's going to exit the Speedway, but there's only 2 laps to go this time for the 55 of Dalton DuBois. As Daugherty and Case continue to battle for the 4th and 5th spot. Contact all over the place between those 2 cars right now as Jeff Lewis trying to find a way around both of them. Lewis going to throw it to the top side. Can he get around both of them? He gets around Daugherty. Now he looks to the outside of Case. Jeff Lewis going to try the top side of the Speedway. Has problems for the 40 car. The 40 of Lewis comes up limp in turns 1 and 2 as the checkered flag is going to wave for the 55 of DuBois. Dalton DuBois takes heat race number 3, followed by Ben Leedy, Kenneth Chamberlain, Scotty Case, and Josh Daugherty. Jeff Lewis going to limp around to a 6th place finish. And 7th will be the 11H of Logan Hughes. Looks like a discussion between Josh Daugherty and Scotty Case going on there on the exit of turn number 2. So that was heat race number 3 for the USRA factory stocks. We have one more. Once again, 35 USRA factory stocks here tonight, battling for $1,501 to win. And the right to be called the Billy Robinson Memorial Champion. So heat race number 4 going to line up like this. On the pole, the son of the last pole sitter out of Jacksonville, Texas, in the Soapy King Car Wash, number 12. That's Cody Chamberlain. And to his outside, I believe he's won 5 races in a row over at Lone Star Speedway out of Gladewater, Texas. That's Cameron Furr. Inside of row number 2 out of Cleveland, Texas, the 117 of KC Jimerson. To his outside out of Maud, Texas, that's the 5-0 of Cole Ogden. Inside of row number 3 out of Bossier City, Louisiana, and the 42. Recently purchased that car from Timothy Holt. That's Randall Thompson. To his outside They call him Mr. Factory Stock. The Outlaw Race Cars. Hadaway Towing and Collision number 36J out of Texarkana, Texas. That's Justin Whitehead. The fourth row on the inside out of Robeline, Louisiana. In the Legacy Construction number 1, that's Stony Dubois. And to his outside, in the Jones Septic LCC Trucking, number B21 out of Manny, Louisiana. Should be Provençal, Louisiana. That's Bubba Jones. And rounding out the field out of Texarkana, Texas, the 35M of TJ McCarty. So the 42 of Thompson electing to start at the rear of heat race number 4. So that will adjust our lineup slightly, moving Stony Dubois up a row, as well as the 35M of TJ McCarty. As we're going to go 8 laps for the 4th and final heat race of the USRA Factory Stocks. Green flag waves as Chamberlain and Furr go side by side. A pair of Texans going to lead us into turn number 1. Dead even all around the turn as Furr going to edge ahead down the back straightaway. Jimerson rides in the 3rd spot, followed by Whitehead, and they're nearly 30 wide for the 5th spot. As Chamberlain gets loose, everyone able to avoid him, and will stay green. Furr out front, followed by Whitehead, Dubois, Jones, and Jimerson, your top 5. As the 12 of Chamberlain spun right in front of the whole field, everyone was able to avoid him, and he kept moving. Props to the 12 of Cody Chamberlain for keeping us under the green flag conditions. Here comes Justin Whitehead looking to the inside of Cameron Furr down the back straightaway. They're side by side as Bubba Jones takes 3rd away from Stony Dubois. Furr and Whitehead side by side. Whitehead on the inside, Furr's on the outside. Furr still has the lead. Whitehead looks to the inside once again on turn 1 and 2, and he's going to have the advantage coming out of turn 2 down the back straightaway. Whitehead working the inside of the Speedway, going to try to slide up in front of the 1 as he takes the lead this time by. Whitehead, Furr, Jones, Dubois, and Jimerson, your top 5 cars. Followed by McCarty, Ogden, Chamberlain, and Thompson. Whitehead continues to lead, followed by the 1 of Furr as Bubba Jones starts to gain in B21. Dubois has the 4th spot, Jimerson has 5th, and they are not being pressured for the top 5 at this point. Ogden approaching the 35 of McCarty. Gonna let him know he's there as he's trying to take away the 6th spot with 2 laps to go this time. Whitehead, Furr, and Jones. 3-car breakaway right now as Jimerson approaches. The 1 of Dubois is going to try to battle for the 4th spot with 1.5 laps to go. White flag this time for Whitehead. As your running order remains the same throughout the whole field, we got 1 lap to go this time as Jimerson going to try to work to the outside of Dubois down the back straightaway. Coming out of turn 4, taking heat race number 4, it's going to be the 36J of Justin Whitehead. Cameron Furr is 2nd, Bubba Jones is 3rd. Stony Dubois 4th, Casey Jimerson 5th. TJ McCarty is 6th, Cole Ogden is 7th. Cody Chamberlain 8th, and Randall Thompson will round out the field in 9th. It's now time for the Panel Trust, the Genuine RV USRA Modified Heat Races. They are going to race for $1,501 to win tonight, courtesy of many sponsors. Special thanks to Big Texas Auto Parts and Transmissions Unlimited. All of our features tonight have a special hard charger award that has been sponsored by various different sponsors. And come feature time, we will acknowledge those sponsors for their donation to the hard charger. Here comes heat race number 1 for the USRA Modifieds, presented by Genuine RV. On the pole in the Haggard Racing, number 26, that's James Griffin. To his outside out of Texarkana, Texas, the 18J is Jake Huckabee. On the inside of row number 2 in the Big Texas Auto Parts Transmissions Unlimited, number 2G, that's Kenny Gaddis. He won here last time out. And to his outside is going to be John Beckett out of Texarkana, Texas in the 1. On the inside of row number 3 out of Longview, Texas in the JTC Auto Sales IRP Race Cars 1-3 Designs 52, that's Justin Ingalls. And to his outside in the Soapy King Car Wash Genuine RV, Panel Truss number 6, that is the 6 of Donnie Powers out of Henderson, Texas. And rounding out the field, has won every race but one here this season in the USRA Modifieds. That is the TQC Panel Truss Genuine RV, number 16 of Chris Hennigan. 8 laps, all cars will advance to the A. It is the passing point system, and that is how we will line up the A main for the USRA Modifieds. So Griffin and Huckabee has carnage on the first lap. Carnage as Huckabee collided with Griffin, which sent Huckabee sideways, collecting Ingalls and Hennigan. So both Chris Hennigan and Justin Ingalls able to drive away from that incident, and we'll reset it as an original restart. So lights are out. We're going to go for an original restart. Griffin and Huckabee going to lead us back to the green flag. Better start this time as Griffin gets the advantage. Here comes Gaddis to the inside. Gaddis takes second from Huckabee, and he's going to take the lead from the 26 as the caution flag going to wave as Beckett goes straight off the turn number 1 as the 1 of John Beckett drives straight off the exit of turn number 1. Over the edge. The 1 car is moving, heading back towards the Speedway. Not sure what happened there for the 1 of John Beckett. So we're going to go for another original restart here for heat race number 1 for the Genuine RV USRA Modifieds. James Griffin and Jake Huckabee going to lead us back to the green flag once again as Justin Ingalls collects the infield tractor tire over there in turn number 4. Shout out to Billy Mazzell III there as the infield tractor tire claims another victim, and will stay green as Beckett going to end up in the same location in his number 1 machine. So that caution flag going to be ruled on the 52 of Justin Ingles as he caught the infield tractor tire on that restart. And we're going to go for another original restart. The one of John Beckett also ended up over the edge of turn one once again. Not sure what's going on there with the number one machine. So we still got 8 laps to go, and we're going to try it again. Griffin leads heading into turn number one. Gaddis is there. Huckabee looks to the outside. 3 wide down the back straightaway for the lead as Beckett goes off the speedway once again. As Gaddis and Huckabee split the 26 of Griffin. Here comes Hennigan and Powers. Powers gets the third spot as Gaddis takes the lead down the back straightaway away from Huckabee. Hennigan going to look to the outside of the 6 of Powers as the 26 of Griffin drives off the speedway over in turn number 3. Caution flag going to wave for the 26 of James Griffin. Once again, race fans, while we have a pause in the action, I want to remind you once again that we are selling Billy Robinson Memorial Race shirts down in the beer area right below the tower right here behind the flag stand. $20 a shirt. We have multiple colors and all sizes. Make sure to get your shirt for this one-time event, the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. So lights are out. We got 2 laps down, 6 to go. Looks like we lost the 26 of James Griffin, so we got 6 cars remaining. Gaddis leads, followed by the 18J of Huckabee, but Powers going to take the second spot away from Huckabee. Here comes Justin Ingles on the top side. The one of Beckett appears to be having steering problems down there in turn number 1. Nearly 3 wide for the third spot as Hennigan takes third away from Huckabee at the line. Here comes Ingles looking to the inside of Huckabee for the 4th spot. Can't make it happen just yet. So it's Gaddis, Powers, Hennigan, Huckabee, and Ingles your top 5 as Beckett retires the one machine down the back straightaway. So Kenny Gaddis out front by Donnie Powers. Kenny Gaddis told me earlier today that the only reason he races these days is because of Billy Robinson. Billy Robinson got Kenny Gaddis started. So you know it would mean a lot for the 2G of Kenny Gaddis to win here at the Billy Robinson Memorial to honor his friend as problems for the 18J of Jake Huckabee. Huckabee going to pull to the infield, will stay green as Hennigan trying to get momentum worked on the top side. Chris Hennigan was one of Billy Robinson's favorite drivers to watch. Always referred to him as Christopher. Would never call him Chris Hennigan. He called him Christopher Hennigan. As the white flag waves for Kenny Gaddis. Donnie Powers the second, Hennigan third. and Ingles rounding out your top 4 cars right now, with Hennigan still trying to work the outside, trying to get around the 6 of Donnie Powers' teammate cars, as the 2G of Kenny Gaddis takes heat race number 1 for the USRA Modifieds. Powers is second, Hennigan's third, and rounding out the field, in the fourth spot, the 52 of Justin Ingles. So here comes heat race number 2 for the USRA Modifieds, presented by Genuine RV. On the pole is going to be the Hustlin' Hobo Motorsports number 38T out of Bevins, Texas. That's TJ Tollison. And to his outside in the Ray Ingles Racing IRP Race Cars number Lazy 8 out of DeBerry, Texas. That's Chase Hatton. To the inside of row number 2 out of Avenger, Texas, the 18B, that's Joel Bonet. And to his outside out of Diana, Texas, in the Big Texas Auto Parts Transmissions Unlimited number 7, that's Sean Gaddis. Inside of row number 3 out of Shreveport, Louisiana, in the Larry Shaw Racing Chassis, number 79, that's Randall Settle. And to his outside, the IRP race car number 8T of Dustin Hyde. And rounding out the field, the 9R out of Houghton, Louisiana, that's Baron Prince in the A-Mark Metals Architect Shop Builders Architects Garage Doors number 9R. We are green for heat race number 2 of the USRA Modifieds. Chase Hatton going to get the early jump. He did get a win at Buffalo Creek Speedway in that modified last weekend. Normally runs it as a pro mod, but he got himself a modified win in that car over at Buffalo Creek Speedway, the tiny track over in Canton, Texas. Here comes Tollison looking to the inside of the Lazy 8 of Hatton. But Hatton still got the advantage. Here comes Sean Gaddis. Here comes Dustin Hyde. Here comes Gaddis, gonna try to squeeze there, and we got a 4-car battle for the race lead. Hatton and Tollison side by side, followed by a side-by-side battle from Hyde and Gaddis. As Gaddis trying to work the top side of the speedway. Here comes Sean Gaddis, excuse me. Tollison takes the lead that time as they're 3 wide for the second spot. Sean gonna throw a slider on the Lazy 8 of Hatton, as he's going to knock Hatton back. Here comes Hyde and Gaddis. 3 wide for the 4th spot as Settle, Gaddis, and Prince go 3 wide as Tollison leads once again, but here comes Gaddis on the top side. Sean Gaddis got the momentum in the 7 machine. Down the back straightaway, he's going to go side by side once again with Tollison. Tater is right there, Dustin Hyde. As here comes Baron Prince in 9R, he's going to work the top side of the speedway. Gaddis takes the lead. Hyde is second, followed by Tollison and the 9 of Prince, as it looks like the top side of the speedway starting to come in. Gaddis leads, followed by Hyde. Here comes Baron Prince. Can the youngster pull it off in the 9R? He's going to work to the outside of Tater, and he'll take the second spot. Here comes Baron Prince on the top side of the speedway. Sean Gaddis used that line to take the lead and then went away from it. Now he's going to go back to the top side as Prince gets too high. Baron Prince going to slide off the exit, off the top of turns 3 and 4. And he's still sitting there as the caution flag will wave with 1 lap remaining here in heat race number 2 for the Genuine RV USRA Modifieds. So caution flag waving for the 9R of Baron Prince, as he got a bit too high there in turns 3 and 4. Trying to work the top side of the speedway, just got a bit too high and ran out of real estate. So the caution flag will go on the 9R. He'll be relegated from 2nd to 7th, and he'll have 1 lap to see what he can do. A green light checkered restart to see how many spots he can regain to set himself up for a better starting spot for the A feature. So the caution flag waved for the 9R of Baron Prince. He started in the 7th spot and was running in the 2nd position. So if he was just content with that spot and didn't make that mistake there, he may have started on the front row, probably the pole for the A feature tonight, in a $1,501 to win race, excuse me. But instead, he'll go back to the 7th spot, and he'll have 2 laps to try to regain what he just lost right there. As Sean Gaddis out front with the lead, followed by Dustin Hyde, TJ Tollison, Chase Hatton, Randall Settle, Joe Bonet, and the 9R of Baron Prince. Prince going to go back to the top side, see what he can get. As Gaddis gets a good restart. Prince going to power back to the outside of all of the cars, and he's going to take 3rd down the back straightaway as they're 3 wide, nearly 4 wide, as they run out of space. Settle spins, collecting Bonet as the white flag waves. Tollison and Hatton racing hard side by side for the 4th spot as the caution flag waves for Settle and Bonet over in turn number 3. So 6 laps down, 2 laps to go here in heat race number 2 for the Genuine RV USRA Modifieds. Caution plagued heat races so far for the USRA Modifieds. We got one more green white checker restart here in heat race number 2. So it's Sean Gaddis followed by Dustin Hyde and TJ Tollison. Chase Hatton, Baron Prince, Randall Settle, and Joe Bonet round out the field right now with 2 laps to settle it. Gaddis going to get another good start, followed by Hyde. Prince going to throw it to the top. They're 3 wide for the 3rd spot. Hatton, Tollison, and Prince 3 wide. Once again, this is the land of the 3 wide. They're showing why. Gaddis on the inside, Taters on the inside. White flag waves. Can Prince get back to the 2nd spot? Baron Prince showing strong here in the 9R machine. Going to see if he can make it happen. 7th to 3rd may be enough to put him up near the front of the feature anyway as Sean Gaddis wins. Followed by Dustin Hyde, the 9R of Baron Prince. Chase Hatton and TJ Tollison rounds out the top 5, followed by Randall Settle and Joel Bonet. So your top 4 cars from heat race number 2, the Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton gets 4th. 3rd will be the 9R of Baron Prince. Taking 2nd, the 8T of Dustin Hyde. And taking the win out of Diana, Texas, the 7 of Sean Gaddis. Pair of Gaddises winning the heat races here this evening, Kenny and Sean. front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. These cars are racing for $501 to win here this evening. So heat race number 1, lining up like this. Out of Ashdown, Arkansas, it's Austin Marshall in the 2 machine. To his outside, that's going to be the 72K of Kayla Strom. On the inside of row number 2 out of Mansfield, Texas, Sean Leisure in 67L. Amanda Cook in 21, Jackson Gallagher in 46, Jack DuPont in 06, and Madison Gaddis in 2. Green flag waves as Strom and Leisure going to go side by side for the lead. Leisure going to take the lead down the back straightaway. Here comes Gallagher looking to the inside of Strom for the second spot. And he's going to have it. Leisure, Gallagher, Strom, DuPont, and Marshall rounding out the top 5 right now, followed by Cook and Gaddis. Madison Gaddis going to collide with Amanda Cook down the back straightaway coming out of turn number 2. This is Madison Gaddis' first race ever in that 2 machine. So it's Leisure, Gallagher, Strom. Here comes DuPont. He's going to take the 3rd spot away from Strom as Marshall runs in the 5th spot, followed by Gaddis and Cook. So Leisure's out front, followed by the Fast Fix Dent Repair 46 of Jackson Gallagher. The 06 of Jack DuPont running in the 3rd spot. In the DuPont Auto Service, number 06. Currently sitting in the 4th spot, it's the Hunt & J Lawn Services Redbone Magic Marine Company, number 72K of Kayla Strom. And rounding out the top 5, the Hustlin' Hobo Motorsports, number 2 of Austin Marshall. As the halfway signal going to be sent, shown this time to the 67L of Leisure. Leisure extending his advantage over the 46 of Gallagher as DuPont trying to track down the 46 of Gallagher. Two laps to go this time for Sean Leisure in the 67L. So continues to lead over Jackson Gallagher, Jack DuPont, Kayla Strom, and Austin Marshall. White flag this time as Amanda Cook has worked her way back around Madison Gaddis for the 6th spot. There's no battles on the speedway to speak of right now as Leisure's got a full straightaway advantage down the back straightaway. He's going to enter turns 3 and 4 for the final time and take heat race number 1 for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. That's Sean Leisure in 67L. Jackson Gallagher in 46 is second. Jack DuPont in 06 third. Fourth will go to Kayla Strom in 72K. And rounding out the top 5 is going to be the 2 of Austin Marshall, followed by the 21 of Amanda Cook and the 2 of Madison Gaddis. Here comes the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder heat race number 2 on the pole out of Beckville, Texas. That's going to be the 29B of Brandon Herod. To his outside out of Keithville, Louisiana, that's going to be the F5 of Ben McDuff. To the inside of row number 2 out of Texarkana, Arkansas, the 32C, that's Chris Scott. And to his outside out of Waldo, Arkansas, the 3D got the win at 67 Speedway last night. That's Dakota Cooper. Inside of row number 3 in the Amsoils number 25, that's Hunter Armstrong. To his outside, Danny Bryant in the 88 machine. And rounding out the field, a late arrival tonight, the 4 of Tracy Corp. So we're going to go 8 laps. For heat race number 2, all cars will advance as we only have 14 entries tonight for the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder. We're green, Harrod, and McDuff as they're 3 wide for the 3rd spot instantly with Cooper, Armstrong, and Scott. And they're 4 wide down the back straightaway, race fans. Scott, Harrod, Armstrong, and Cooper 4 wide for the 2nd spot down the back straightaway as Big McDuff leads lap number 1. Contact between Harrod and Cooper nearly sends Cooper into the front straightaway wall as here comes Chris Scott to the inside of Ben McDuff down the back straightaway. Side by side as Armstrong runs in 3rd, followed by Corp and Harrod. And Bryant runs in the 6th spot right now as Cooper stops in the middle of the back straightaway. Caution flagging away for the 3D of Dakota Cooper. So as I previously stated, we do have a few extra monies added to the features tonight. There's a hard charger award for every division. And tonight the hard charger for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders is presented by Kenny's Towing. Kenny's Towing has added a $100 bonus to the hard charger of the front wheel drive 4 cylinder feature tonight. So 1 lap down, 7 laps to go as Ben McDuff's out front, followed by Chris Scott, Hunter Armstrong, Tracy Corp, Danny Bryant, Brandon Harrod, and Dakota Cooper. So lights are out. McDuff going to lead us back to the green flag here with 7 laps to go in the final heat race of the night. Here comes Corp. He's going to go side by side with Armstrong as they go battle for the 3rd spot. Going to try to throw a slide job maybe. Thinks better of it as Bryant going to make it a 3 wide battle down the back straightaway for 3rd. Corp, Armstrong, and Bryant 3 wide. Here comes Bryant to the inside as Corp and Armstrong collide. Bryant going to go 5th to 3rd there in turn number 4. So it's McDuff, Scott, and problems as Cooper and Corp collide. Caution flag waves. So the 25 of Hunter Armstrong going to be shown the black flag, as well as the 4 of Tracy Corp.
We really need the black flag with the white X on it for disqualification.
Green flag waving in heat race number 2. We got 6 laps to go. Ben McDuff has the race lead, followed by Chris Scott, Danny Bryant, Dakota Cooper, and Brandon Herod. As here comes Bryant to the outside of Scott down the back straightaway. They're side by side. Here comes Cooper, going to try to join that battle as they're all chasing the F5 of Ben McDuff right now. McDuff, Scott, Bryant, Cooper, and Herod, your top 5 cars. The 5 remaining cars here in heat race number 2. As here comes Cooper to the inside of Bryant. They'll go side by side down the back straightaway. McDuff continues to lead, followed by Scott, as Cooper's going to get the advantage coming out of turn number 4 on the 88 of Danny Bryant. Here comes Dakota Cooper in the 3D as he edges closer towards the 32C of Chris Scott. Can't make a move just yet, as we got 3 laps to go right now, coming to 2 to go. Excuse me, coming to 3 to go. McDuff, Scott, Cooper, and Bryant, here they come. Single file all throughout turns 1 and 2. As the running order remains the same, with Brandon Herod rounding out the field in the 5th spot. 2 laps to go this time for Ben McDuff in the F5, but here comes Chris Scott. He's got momentum. Here comes Scott to the inside, going to give him a shot. It's like the F5 slowed down just a bit that time to enter the turn, and Scott was there to let him know. And here comes Scott back to the inside once again as they're going to come to the white flag this time. McDuff edging high on the straightaways, and here comes Chris Scott to the inside. Side by side through turns 1 and 2. Scott's on the inside, McDuff's on the outside. And Scott's going to get the edge down the back straightaway. Can McDuff counter the move as Scott sails off the bottom? Here comes McDuff looking to the inside, but taking heat race number 2 is going to be Chris Scott in 32C. Ben McDuff, Dakota Cooper, Danny Bryant, and Brandon Herod round out the top 5. All right, race fans, if you turn your attention to the golf cart rolling down the front straightaway, that's the promoter of Arklatex Speedway, Rollo Pilkington, about to throw out some Billy Robinson Memorial T-shirts. Come on, Rollo. You can do better than that.
Yeah, Rollo, you can do better than that. Miss.
We expect you to throw your arm out. There we go. That's better. Throw one to Wyatt. So race fans, it is time for our B features. We're going to have 2 B features for the Pro Mods, and this is B feature number 1. Schedule will be 12 laps. We're going to take the top 4 to the feature, and it's going to line up like this. On the pole in the Stanford Trucking Donnie 81 BCJ, number 1 out of Greenville, Texas, that's Jimmy Day. To his outside in the Glenn Stewart Comedy, Lindsay Motorsports, number G25, that's Glenn Stewart. To the inside of row number 2 out of Dodge Ridge, Arkansas, that's the T5 of Bubba Thomas. To his outside, the 54T of Heath Thompson in the Greg Tilley's Mobile Homes number 54T. Inside of row number 3, that's going to be the 87 of Julie Whitney. To her outside, the 41 of Brad Timon. Larry Bell in 49J not going to make the call. Lost a motor in the heat race. To his outside, scheduled to be the 7S of Blaine Stewart. Also not on the Speedway right now, and neither is the 45 of Brent Riddle. So we called for 9, we have 6, and we're supposed to take the top 4 to the A. So we're going to go 12 laps, 6 cars, and the top 4 will advance to the A main tonight. For the Pro Mods, Jimmy Day and Glenn Stewart going to get us started. Day going to get the advantage, followed by Stewart. Here comes Thomas to the inside of Thompson as they battle side by side for the 3rd spot. Timon holds 5th. Whitney rounding out the field in the 6th spot right now. So Jimmy Day out front, followed by the G25 of Glenn Stewart. Bubba Thomas runs in the 3rd spot, and Heath Thompson has the 4th and final transfer spot right now. As we're 2 laps in with 10 to go. Thompson going to take the 3rd spot away from Thomas, putting Thomas on the bubble, and in the final starting spot for the A main. As Timon sails high, going to collect Whitney, and that's going to give Bubba Thomas some insurance. Give him about 10 car length advantage as Timon gets loose in front of Whitney this time, but he still has the 3rd spot. Brad Timon and Julie Whitney battling with them between themselves for the 5th spot, allowing Bubba Thomas in the T8 just to cruise in the 4th spot right now as he sails way high coming out of turn 4. They'll both close in. The battle for the transfer spot may get interesting here as Whitney going to get into the back of Timon, hooking him around down the front straightaway. To go for Pro Mod B main number 1. So Jimmy Day's out front, followed by Glenn Stewart. Heath Thompson and Bubba Thomas would be your top 5 transferring cars right now. Julie Whitney going to sit 1 spot out with Brad Timon 2 spots out. 8 laps to settle it as we're taking only 4 to the $100 to start a feature for the Pro Mods. So lights are out. Jimmy Day going to lead us back to the green flag in his number 1 machine. Thompson and Stewart side by side for the 2nd spot as they're 3 wide for the transfer. Timon going to give a right rear to Thomas and slide up in front of Whitney as they're 3 wide momentarily. It's a 3-car battle. Thomas going to return the favor. This time a right front as he spins around this whole 41 machine of Timon. Excuse me. So some contact in turn 1, initiated by the 41 into the T8, and the T8 returned the favor down in turn number 3, spinning around the 41 of Timon. So now no laps complete that time. We got 8 to go still. So we're going to shorten this race to 10 laps for the B main. 4 laps in, 6 laps to go as Jimmy Day is going to lead us back to the green flag. Good start from Heath Thompson this time as he's going to get the advantage over Glenn Stewart. As Julie Whitney works around the 8 of Bubba Thomas. Takes the 4th spot right now. Top 3 going to distance themselves once again. As Timon going to try to put the bumper to the 8 machine. He's going to get loose. Able to corral it, will stay green. So it's Day, followed by Thompson. Stewart and Whitney, your top 4 cars as she begins to extend her advantage. That's Julie Whitney. She extends her advantage over the 8 of Bubba Thomas, trying to work further into a safe distance in the 4th and final transfer spot. Laps to go this time for the 1 of Jimmy Day, followed by the 54T of Heath Thompson. Glenn Stewart in G25, Julie Whitney in the 87, Bubba Thomas in T8, and Brad Timon in the 41 round out the field as there's 2 laps to go right now. White flag this time for the 1 out of Greenville, Texas. That's Jimmy Day, making his 2nd Pro Mod start. As the top 4 have distanced themselves away from any kind of battle for transfer. Entering 3 and 4 for the final time. Taking B main number 1 is going to be the 1 of Jimmy Day, followed by the 54T of Heath Thompson. The G25 of Glenn Stewart and Julie Whitney will take the final transfer spot in the 87. Bubba Thomas in T8 is 5th. Brad Timon in the 41 is 6th. So once again, we do have a Hard Charger award for every feature race tonight. The Pro Mod Hard Charger is going to be $100 courtesy of Phil and Tyler Townsend at TNT Auto Parts. So the cars that transfer out of these B mains are putting themselves at a pretty good chance. A good opportunity from a deep starting position to take that $100 Hard Charger award. So here comes B main number 2. On the pole out of Benton, Louisiana, in the Mark Barnes Racing number 60, that's Brad Barnes. To his outside, the Bell's Towing and Recovery 49C of Tim Bell, William Brooks in B99, the 84 is Dakota Tutt, Carl Lindsay in 27L, Rusty Neff in R3, and Doug Vick Jr. in 4B. Green flag waves as Barnes and Bell going to lead us to the green. Barnes out front as Bell goes side by side with Brooks. They're nearly 4 wide momentarily as Lindsay and Tutt get by Bell, putting him into the 5th spot. As Barnes is out front. Barnes, Lindsay, Brooks, and Vick going to take the 4th and final transfer spot this time by. As Bell fights back to the inside of Tutt. Can't quite make anything happen there. So Barnes, Lindsay, Brooks, and Vic, your top 4 cars right now. As Tut sits 1 spot out, Bell's 2 spots out, and Neff is 3 spots out. Side-by-side battle for the 3rd spot as Doug Vick Jr. didn't run a heat race. Started the back of this B, see if he can transfer in his 4V machine here at his home racetrack. He's going to take the 3rd spot away from William Brooks, putting him into the 4th and final spot with his teammate right behind him. That's the 84 as they collide. 84 of Tut and the B99 of Brooks collide with each other, battling for the 4th and final spot as Brooks rides right over the 84. And Brooks is going to spin, as well as Tut and Bell. So we got 4 laps down, 8 laps to go as the 84 of Dakota Tut pulls to the infield. Caution flag there between teammates of the B99 of William Brooks and the 84 of of Dakota Tut. Tim Bell in the 49C caught up in the carnage, so he'll go to the rear with the B99 of Brooks. Green flag back out, and here comes Doug Vick Jr. looking to the outside of Lindsay. As Barnes out front, followed by Vic and Lindsay as they're side by side as Bell looks to the outside of Neff for the 4th and final transfer spot. Brooks riding in the 6th spot as Doug Vick takes the 2nd spot away from Carl Lindsay that time by. So Barnes, Vic, Lindsay, and Neff followed by Bell and Brooks. Bell sitting 1 spot out. Neff has the final transfer spot right now. Carl Lindsay going to take the 2nd spot back away from Doug Vick at the halfway point. Tim Bell going to try a higher line, trying to get a run on the 3 of Neff. Can't quite make it happen just yet. As Barnes is still out front. Brooks going to get loose in B99 as well as the 49C of Bell. They both spin and keep going. Barnes leads, followed by Vic, Lindsay, and Neff. As the caution flag and a wave for the B99 of Brooks. So lights are out, 7 laps down, 5 to go in B main number 2 for the Pro Mod. Much better start for Tim Bell as he's going to get contact from the R3 of Rusty Neff. And the caution flag will wave. So caution flag there as the 49C works to the outside of the R3. Contact sent him around and it collected the B99 of William Brooks. So we're going to go back to another restart just like that one. 6 laps to go. Once again, we're taking the top 4 to the A. So Barnes, Vick, Lindsay, and Neft hold the top 4 spots right now. Bell going to get another good restart to the outside of Neft as he's going to take the 4th spot. Doug Vick Jr. looking to the outside of Brad Barnes as they're nearly 3 wide down the back straightaway. Brad Barnes, Doug Vick Jr., Carl Lindsay, and Tim Bell right now your top 4 cars as Doug Vick Jr. takes the lead this time. 4 laps to go. Vick, Barnes, Lindsay, and Bell your top 4. Neff sitting 1 spot out. Brooks is 2 spots out. Doug Vick working the top side of the speedway. Everyone else working the bottom as Barnes gets off the bottom just a lane higher as there's 3 laps to go this time. Here comes Neff trying to battle with the 49C of Bell for the 4th and final spot. It looks as if Bell's got problems. The 49C slowing. May have a flat tire there on that machine. 2 laps to go this time. Doug Vick Jr. continues to lead, followed by Brad Barnes. Carl Lindsay and Rusty Neff round out the top 4. Those will be your transferring cars right now. As the 49C of Timothy Bell does have a right rear flat tire. Tough break there for Bell as he had the transfer spot. And now he's going to lose it due to the flat tire. Doug Vick Jr. wins. Brad Barnes is 2nd. Carl Lindsay 3rd. And Rusty Neff 4th. William Brooks 5th. Tim Bell 6th. So here comes B-Main number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. So we got 2 B-Mains for the Limited Modifieds taking the top 4 to the A. The Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modified Hard Charger tonight is sponsored by Marshall's Lubinato and Derek Grigsby. So here comes B-Main number 1. It's going to line up like this. On the pole out of Hooks, Texas. In the Genuine RV number 2, that's Adam Roy to his outside. In the 32 machine, owned by Brandon Brown. Tonight it's going to be Dustin Taylor driving that car out of Texarkana, Texas. Inside of row number 2, the Sibley, Louisiana 47cc. That is Connor Williams to his outside, Braden Stewart in 7S. Jason Langford in the 84 Double X. Colton Davis in 21T. Chris Green in the 1CG. Taylor Bowes in 21XL. And Josh Bauckham in the 25. So all the cars going to make the call. Chris Green going to elect to start in the rear. It's a brand new race car. And he's just out here to make some laps. So Roy and Taylor are going to lead us to the green flag. Top 4 cars will advance to the A. Adam Roy going to get the advantage, followed by Dustin Taylor. As the 47cc of Williams capitalizes on Taylor's blunder as well as Langford. Taylor back to the outside of the speedway as Stewart's going to spin right in front of the field. No one collected in that one. And the caution flag going to wave for the 7S of Braden Stewart. So 1 lap down, 11 laps to go for B-Main number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Top 4 cars will advance to the A as Adam Roy has the lead right now, 1 lap down, 11 to go. Connor Williams getting in the front straightaway wall as he's dragging some parts out of the backside of that race car right now. 32 of Taylor going to look to the outside as they go side by side. Williams takes the second spot back as Adam Roy drives away. Problems for the 32 of Taylor as he slows down the front straightaway. We'll see if he's able to limp the car to the pits and see if we'll stay under green flag conditions as he's working his way around turn number 2. With a caution flag and a wave as he is going to be in danger as the cars were approaching quickly. So we got 1 more lap down until the caution of Dustin Taylor came out. Problems for the 32 machine as we got 2 laps down, 10 laps to go in B-Main number 1 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. So your 4 transferring cars at this moment would be Adam Roy, Connor Williams, Jason Langford, and Josh Bauckham as Taylor Bowes sits 1 spot out in the 21XL. So the lights are out. 10 laps to go here in B main number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Adam Roy going to lead us back to the green, followed by Connor Williams and Jason Langford. Langford going to get in the front straightaway wall this time, just like Williams did last restart. And now he's going to dive back to the inside, dime in the corner. Real nice move there from the 84 XX as he's going to take the second spot away from Connor Williams. 21T going to get hard into the turn, get into the 21XL, continue to ride him all the way around the turn as the caution flag going to wave as Taylor Bowes spins after contact with the 21T of Colton Davis. Caution waves for the 21XL of Taylor Bowes. I've got a feeling he's not too pleased with the 21T of Davis right now. So lights are back out. Going to see 1 to go this time. 10 laps to go here in B main number 1. Get that last lap down, so we are going to have 9 to go. Green flag waves as Adam Roy is back to the green flag. Langford and Williams side by side for the second spot. Baucom runs in the 4th and final transfer spot as Davis goes side by side with Stewart for the 5th spot. Baucom going to relegate the 47cc of Williams. As the 7 machine of Stewart going to face the wrong direction. We're going to stay green as Bo's going to head to the infield. Looks like his night will conclude with that move. So Adam Roy leads, followed by Langford. Baucom is 3rd. Williams has the 4th spot. Bo's going to head pit side as Davis running 1 spot out in the 21T. Halfway this time for the 2 of Adam Roy. Jason Langford, Josh Baucom, Connor Williams. Colton Davis trying to track down the 4th and final transfer car of Connor Williams right now. And there's 5 laps to go. Here comes Baucom looking to the inside of Langford down the back straightaway for the 2nd spot. No need to force that issue right now. Both cars are in the A feature as of running order with 3 laps to go. Roy leads, followed by Langford, Baucom, and Williams, as Davis not making up any ground on Williams right now for the final spot. Coming around turn 4, going to see two laps to go this time. That's Adam Roy in the 2. Jason Langford, Josh Baucom, Connor Williams, as Colton Davis spins coming out of turn 4. Green and Stewart going to get by, and Davis continues to face the wrong direction, so the caution flag will wave. So caution flag waves with 2 laps to go here in B main number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds, presented by Bulletproof Tees. Top 4 remain the same, as Braden Stewart going to get the 5th spot, courtesy of the caution being on the 21T of Colton Davis. That'll send him to the rear, which is 6th. So still within striking distance with a green-white checkered restart, taking the top 4 to the 8. Great restart for Baucom as they catch Langford sleeping. As Stewart gonna get the 4th spot, get around Williams as Davis collides with the backside of the 47cc of Williams. Braden Stewart has the 4th and final transfer spot right now as they ride, as the white flag waves for the 2 of Adam Roy. Here comes Davis. He's gonna slam into the side of the 47cc of Williams, and he spins in the bottom of turn number 1. Checkered flag out for the 2 of Adam Roy. He's going to take the win. Baucom is 2nd, Langford 4th, and Stewart rounds out your 4 transferring cars, as the 47cc of Connor Williams going to miss the A feature by 1 spot. The 21T of Colton Davis going to miss the A feature by 2 spots. So B feature number 2 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modified is going to line up like this. On the pole out of Calhoun, Louisiana, the 12, that's TJ Bond. To his outside out of Texarkana, Arkansas, the 50 of Steve Ward. Inside of row number 2, that's the T5 out of Shreveport, Louisiana, that's Tommy Tullis. To his outside out of Canton, Texas, the 5S of Blaine Smith. Inside of row number 3, had a strong second place run last night at the Texarkana 67 Speedway. Out of Texarkana, Arkansas, the 99X of Dustin Durham. To his outside out of Winona, Texas, the 5G of Charles Graham. On the inside of row number 4, it's going to be the 3 States Harley Davidson. Number 30T out of Louisville, Arkansas, that's Tim McDonald. To his outside, the IRP race cars. Number 42 out of Falk, Arkansas, that's Landon Malden. And rounding out the field in the Teal J, number 18J out of Texarkana, Texas, that's Jake Huckabee. So we're going to go 12 laps in distance for B main number 2 for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. Called for 9. We only have 7 out there. Not seeing Huckabee or Malden. So the green flag waves. Bond and Ward Lead us to the green and problems for the T5 of Tullis as he's slow on the inside of the Speedway. Graham sails high and he'll give up before the finals transfer spot to the 99X of Durham. Looks like Tullis may have solved the problem as now he's gaining speed in that T5 machine. As Steve Ward leads, followed by TJ Bond. As the 5S of Smith going to go off the top of turns 1 and 2, come back to the Speedway, will stay green. Graham running in the third spot, followed by Durham rounding out your top 4. And here comes Durham to the inside. He'll take the third spot. That'll put Graham to the fourth and final transfer spot, with the 30T of McDonald sitting 1 spot out. So the 5S of Smith going to pull to the infield as Steve Ward continues to lead, followed by TJ Bond, Derek Durham, and Charles Graham. So Charles Graham holds the fourth and final transfer spot right now, with Tim McDonald sitting 1 spot out, Tommy Tullis sitting 2 spots out. So Steve Ward still out front, closely followed by the 12 of TJ Bond. Graham's going to slip up. Here comes the 30T to the inside. Down the back straightaway, he's going to slam the door on him. Graham still leading McDonald and Tullis as we nearly have a 3-car battle for the fourth and final transfer spot right now. McDonald slips up. Here comes Tullis to his inside. Tullis takes the 5th spot. Now Tommy Tullis sitting 1 spot out as McDonald comes back to his inside, going to challenge him for the 5th spot, but Tullis has it. Ward, Bond, and Durham have broken away. We got a 3-car race out front. We got a 3-car race for the 4th spot as Graham continues to hold the 4th spot. Tullis is 5th, McDonald 6th. As Ward runs first, Bond has the 2nd spot, followed by Derek Durham. And once again, Charles Graham still holding the 4th and final transfer spot right now as he's going to push big time. Here comes Tommy Tullis. Graham still has 4th, but here comes Tullis as Graham gets sideways right in front of the T5. Here comes Tommy Tullis for the 4th and final spot. Steve Ward still out front, followed by Bond, Durham, and Graham. As Graham continues to make that car sideways right in front of Tommy Tullis, trying to hold to the bottom side of the Speedway. 2 laps to go this time for the Rebel, Steve Ward. Ward, Bond, and Durham way out front at a safe distance as Graham gets sideways once again. Tullis going to let him know he's there as here comes Tommy Tullis to the outside of Graham. Graham going to slide up in front. Tommy Tullis going to cross under. Tullis going to take the advantage down the back straightaway as Ward gets the white flag this time. Graham pulls off the Speedway. So now the battle is between McDonald and Tullis for the 4th and final spot. As coming out of turn number 4, taking B-main number 2, Steve Ward. TJ Bond is 2nd, Derek Durham 3rd. And the 4th and final transfer spot, coming out of turn number 4, it's going to be Tommy Tullis in the T5. Here comes B-main number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. It's going to be a 12-lap B. We got 12 cars scheduled. The top 4 will advance to the A. On the pole is the USRA national points leader out of Jacksonville, Texas, in the Soapy King Car Wash number 70. That's Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain. To his outside, out of Marshall, Texas, in the J27 Battle Wagon race car, that's Scotty Case. Inside of row number 2, that's Josh Daughtery in the 10X, the Twin City Towing 10X. To his outside, out of Amity, Arkansas, the 35M, that's TJ McCarty. Inside of row number 3, Racing Roy in 35 with Drayton Graham in 66 to his outside. Inside of row number 4 is the 11H of Logan Hughes. To his outside, scheduled to be Corey Giles in the 333. Cody Chamberlain in the 12, Derek Durham in 99X, Chris Hennigan in 16, and Randall Thompson in the 42. Called for 12 cars. We have 9, and we will take the top 4 to the A. So lights are out. We're going to go 12 laps for B main number 1. Chamberlain and Case going to lead us to the green flag. Pork Chop going to get the advantage in the 70 machine. Scotty Case going to fall in line. Most of the cars working around the bottom side of the speedway right now, as Josh Daughtery has the 3rd spot. TJ McCarty sitting in the 4th and final transfer spot right now on lap number 1. Drayton Graham going to throw it to the outside of him in the 66 machine. And they'll be side by side coming out of turn 4, but McCarty still has the still has the advantage in the 4th position. So it's Chamberlain, Case, and Daughtery out front as Graham battles side by side with McCarty as Cody Chamberlain faces the wrong direction on the bottom of turns 1 and 2. Caution flag going to wave for the number 12.
Is a issue to hit record, hit it up here. Do not hit that button. That button is still.
So 1 lap down, 11 laps to go for Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain as he's going to lead us back to the green flag and be main number 1. Josh Daughtery going to get a good restart, get to the outside of the J27 of Scotty Case, and he'll have the 2nd spot. Drayton Graham runs in the 4th spot now as he gets around TJ McCarty with Dustin Durham in 99X looking to the inside of McCarty for the 5th spot. Chamberlain, Daughtery, and Case, a 3-car breakaway right now as here comes Durham to the inside of McCarty. He's going to slide up 3 wide momentarily for the final transfer spot. As Case takes the 2nd spot back away from Daughtery. Here comes McCarty. He's going to sling it in a little bit too deep. Turn right in front of Chamberlain. Don't know how they didn't make contact. As the 35M going to stop in the middle of turns 3 and 4. The caution flag going to wave for TJ McCarty. So we got 3 laps down, 9 laps to go for the USRA Factory Stock B main number 1. As Kenneth Chamberlain has the lead right now, followed by Scotty Case, Josh Daughtery, and Drayton Graham has the 4th and final transfer spot right now, as Dustin Durham sits 1 spot out in the 99X. Cody Chamberlain, Racing Roy, Logan Hughes, and TJ McCarty round out the 9-car field. Port Chop going to lead us back to the green this time in the 70 machine. Another good restart from Daughtery. It's like the J27 not firing well off of turn number 4. As the 99X of Durham going to go side by side with Graham for the 4th and final transfer spot. And there's another side by side battle for the 6th spot between Chamberlain and Roy. So Chamberlain leads, followed by Daughtery, Case, and Durham. Josh Daughtery trying to make a move around the race leader. Pork Chop with a big push. Here comes Josh Daughtery as he hesitated. Daughtery not able to capitalize there. Another push from Pork Chop. Here comes Daughtery. Case runs in the 3rd spot, followed by Durham. Graham sits 1 spot out in the 66. Cody Chamberlain runs 6th. Racing Roy, TJ McCarty, and Logan Hughes round out the field as we're halfway down. Here comes Josh Daughtery looking to the outside this time. Here comes Dustin Durham looking to the outside as we got a collision between Cody Chamberlain and Drayton Graham. All the cars keep running until the 35M of McCarty stops on the front straightaway, and the caution flag going to wave for the 35M. Lights are out. We got 5 laps to go for B main number 1 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Good restart from Cody Chamberlain as he's going to work to the outside of Dustin Durham in the 99X. Another great restart for the J27 of Scotty Case as he got his way back around the 10X of Josh Daughtery. As they're coming to 4 laps to go this time. It's Pork Chop followed by Scotty Case, Josh Daughtery, and Dustin Durham, your top 4. Cody Chamberlain's right there sitting 1 spot out. Here he comes. Durham pushed slightly. 12 not able to capitalize as the 11H gonna spin over in turn number 2. Caution flag for Logan Hughes in the 11H. So lights are out. 4 laps to go in B main number 1 for the USRA factory stocks. We got Chamberlain, Daughtery, Case, and Durham, your top 4 cars right now. As Cody Chamberlain going to get a good restart to the outside of the 99X of Durham. And now he works to the outside of Daughtery. Great restart there for the number 12 of Cody Chamberlain. Daughtery fighting back to the inside of the 12 machine as Pork Chop still leads them. Door-to-door contact between Daughtery and Chamberlain as Daughtery's going to take the 3rd spot back. Chamberlain going to put the bumper to him. Here comes the 99X of Durham as he works his momentum back up. Battle for the 4th and final spot. Brewing as the 99X working the top side of the Speedway. Chamberlain on the bottom and the 12 working the inside. As there's 2 laps to go this time. Durham seems to gain in 1 and 2. Not sure if the top side to the middle is the place to be in 3 and 4 right now, but Durham's trying it either way. Gets a better run this time as Pork Chop gets the white flag, followed by Case and Daughtery. Cody Chamberlain has the final spot right now. Here comes the 99X to his outside. Can Dustin Durham make something happen in the final turn? He's going to throw it to the outside, hard to the outside to the top of the Speedway, and it's not going to happen. Chamberlain wins, followed by Case, Daughtery, and Chamberlain. So B main number 2 for the USRA factory stocks going to line up like this. On the pole out of Bossier City, Louisiana, in the Superior Bar and Grill Laser Race cars. Number 12, that's Bo Perry. To his outside in the Frank's Fishing. Number 5 out of Mansfield, Louisiana, that's Frank Cannizzaro. On the inside of row number 2 out of Marshall, Texas, that's going to be the 22 of Dustin Hennigan. To his outside, Shelby Ward in the 50. Casey Jimerson in 117. To his outside will be Jeff Lewis in the 40. Peyton Daughtery in 34P. Cole Ogden in 50. Michael Turner in B7. Royce Jones in 00. Cole Cook in 9C. And Dalen Briscoe in the 7X. All 12 cars showing for B main number 2 for the USRA factory stocks. We're going to go 12 laps, and the top 4 cars will advance. good measure. Not sure if the folks watching on Race on Texas heard it earlier. 14 years ago today here at Arcotech Speedway, Billy Robinson won the modified division. He won the A feature, and his son BJ Robinson finished second that night. So 16 years ago today, this weekend, that was June 24th of 2006, the 01 of Billy Robinson went to victory lane here at Arcotech Speedway. That was one of his 13 career wins here at the Land of the Three Wide. He had 5 career modified wins here, as well as 8 Pro Mod wins. So lights are out. We're going to go green for B-Main number 2 for the USRA factory stocks. Bo Perry and Frank Cannizzaro going to lead us to the green flag. Got some cars slipping around here in the moisture we just added to the speedway. As here comes Cannizzaro. He's going to take the race lead away from Perry. Hennigan and Ogden round out your top 4 transferring cars right now. Peyton Daughtery going to give a shot to the 5-0 of Ogden. It's not going to pay off for him at this point, as Jimerson works to the inside of Daughtery for the 5th spot. Bo Perry takes the lead back from Frank Cannizzaro. Perry, Cannizzaro, Hennigan, and Ogden your top 4, followed by Daughtery, Jimerson, Franks, Jones, Turner, and Lewis, as Jeff Lewis slows in the top of turns 1 and 2. Looks like that will conclude the night's racing action for the 40. As the caution flag waves for the B7 of Michael Turner. We got 3 laps down, 9 laps to go in B-Main number 2 for the USRA factory stocks. Once again, taking the top 4 to the A. This is the final preliminary race tonight. All that is left are the 5 features of the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. So Bo Perry is going to lead us back to the green flag, followed by Frank the Tank Cannizzaro. As here comes Dustin Hennigan to the inside of to the inside of Canizaro. Jimerson and Ogden get together. That will allow Daughtery to take the fourth and final spot down the back straightaway. Here comes Shelby Franks as she's going to tag Daughtery and spin. Contact with Jimerson. Sends Jones around. As we got 3 cars parked over on the exit of turn number 4. Shelby Franks, Royce Jones, and Cole Cook. Caution flag will wave. So caution flag waving for the 00 of Royce Jones, the 50 of Shelby Franks, and the 9C of Cole Cook. As we have 4 laps down, 8 laps to go in B main number 2 for the USRA factory stocks. The fourth and final transfer spot changed there in that 1 lap that we completed as the 34P of Peyton Daughtery took the 4th spot away from the 5-0 of Cole Ogden. So we'll see if Ogden can get back to the top 4 and re-enter a transfer spot, as we got 8 laps to settle it. Lights are out, and Bo Perry's going to lead us back to the green flag. Caution flag going to wait for the 00 of Royce Jones. Lights are out. We're going to try it again with 4 laps down, 8 laps to go. Bo Perry going to get the jump as he leads us back to the green flag. Canizaro and Hennigan side by side for second, as Daughtery and Ogden are side by side for the 4th spot, nearly 3 wide for the race lead, as Hennigan and Canizaro working on the inside of the 12 of Bo Perry. Perry leads, followed by Canizaro, Hennigan, and Daughtery, your top 4 cars right now, with 7 laps remaining in B main number 2. So Perry continues to lead, followed by Canizaro, Hennigan, Daughtery, as Jimerson takes the 5th spot away from Ogden. Ogden running in the 6th spot now, being pressured by the 50 of Shelby Franks, as the top 5 cars are breaking away from the rest of the field. A slight gap between the 4th place car of Peyton Daughtery and the 5th place car of Casey Jimerson, but Jimerson's trying to make up some momentum here, work up some momentum I should say, and try to approach that battle for the 3rd spot, see what he can make happen, as he's going to give a shot to the 34P of Daughtery. Perry, Canizaro, Hennigan, and Daughtery still your top 4 cars with 4 laps to go. Canizaro tried to slide up the racetrack, couldn't make it happen, and Perry's going to drive away down the back straightaway. Here comes Jimerson to the inside of Daughtery once again. They're side by side exiting turn number 4. Jimerson has 4th at the line. Perry, Canizaro, Hennigan, and Jimerson, as Jimerson goes door to door with Daughtery, as some debris flies over there in turns 1 and 2. Caution flag waves. So lights are going out. We're going to have 3 laps to go here in B main number 2 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Bo Perry, Frank Cannizzaro, Dustin Hennigan, and Casey Jimerson, your top 4 cars right now. Perry gets the advantage as Peyton Daughtery gets the 4th spot back away from Casey Jimerson. Cannizzaro going to follow Perry through the middle towards the top side of the speedway as Hennigan's on the inside. 2 to go. Cannizzaro looking to the inside of Perry down the back straightaway as Hennigan runs 3rd. Daughtery looking to the outside of Hennigan as they go side by side for the 3rd spot. Going to have 2 laps to go this time. Perry, Cannizzaro, Hennigan, and Daughtery with Jimerson sitting 1 spot out in the 117. Down the back straightaway. Top 4 remain in the same running order as Daughtery, still working to the outside of Hennigan, but can't make a pass just yet. This time at the line, Daughtery has 3rd, but there's 1 lap to go. Putting Dustin Hennigan to the 4th and final spot. Can Casey Jimerson make something happen in the 117? Through 3 and 4 for the final time, coming out of turn 4. Bo Perry, Frank Cannizzaro, Dustin Hennigan, and Peyton Daughtery all advance to the A feature. So taking the 4th place spot, that's the 34P of Peyton Daughtery. 3rd will be the 22 of Dustin Hennigan. Finishing in the 2nd spot, the 5 of Frank Cannizzaro, and taking the win out of Bossier City, Louisiana, the 12 of Bo Perry. That will conclude the preliminary action here tonight. We got nothing but A mains left. 5 A features, a $1,501 to win feature for the limited modifieds and factory stocks, as well as a $1,001 to win Pro Mod A, which will be the first one up, and a $501 to win front wheel drive feature. Why isn't your dad racing?
He tore up a little bit last night.
I'll probably be there. Yep, they were trying to get me to go announce at Diamond Park, and they canceled the sprint cars, and they won't pay like more than $60. So I went up there one night because I wanted to watch. It was a Sunday race, and it was mod lights, and I
love all the comments though. Like people are always commenting how they could replace me and my brother with that. It's like I've never replied to anything, but I'm like, if he's been fired by 7 different promoters in the last 2 years, you think you'd catch on? You think people would start realizing there's something consistent. It's like I don't even know if he knows, but he was already fired from Monroe before they shut down. I want to get a big block modified, start traveling. All of our guys are telling me last week at Rocket doesn't even want us at home track. Either here or there. Well, you can do it at either one. We get more cards and crates, so we get more cards and crates. I don't have a problem with running modules. You can do them every other week, so you can at least get a full view. Not one rocket. I'd love to do RPM too. I'm going to RPM next Sunday. Brett was talking about it. He was talking about leasing it for the swing. I think absolutely trash. We need to go to Rocket. Because the fast guys on Rocket catch Cody.
All right, race fans, here comes A feature number 1 of 5 for the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. First up will be the Pro Mod A feature. And it's going to line up like this. On the pole in the Barton Glass, number 43J out of Shreveport, Louisiana, that's BJ Cook. To his outside, also out of Shreveport, Louisiana, it's the Greenwood Transmission, number 199 of Josh Warren. To the inside of row number 2, that's Devin Richards in the 4 Ace in the Bluebird number 4. To his outside, out of Houghton, Louisiana, in the Everything Artsies events, ABC Auto Parts 515, that's Trent Humphrey. Inside of row number 3, the Arklatex McDonald's number 27 of Mike Washburn. To his outside is going to be the 20 of Michael Easley. Inside of row number 4, the Sinla RV Center number 16 of Jason Beasley. To his outside, it's the Jay's Lawn Care Service number 2 of Jeff Price. Inside of row number 5, out of Sarepta, Louisiana, that's the Kins number 4 of Jeffrey Bechet. To his outside, the Ray Ingles Racing number Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. Inside of row number 6, out of Carthage, Texas, this is the Carthage Mechanical Solutions T11 of Jacob Toomey. To his outside, out of Texarkana, Arkansas, Dakota Isley in 777. Starting from the 13th spot, inside of row number 7, that's Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas. To his outside, Doug Vick Jr. in 4B. From the 15th spot, will go the 54T of Heath Thompson to his outside the 60 of Brad Barnes. Glenn Stewart in G25, Carl Lindsay in 27L, Julianne Whitney in 87, and Rusty Neff in the R3. That is your 20-car starting field for the Billy Robinson Memorial Pro Mod feature. Race fans, they're about to go 20 laps for $1,001 to win. One of the biggest paying races for the Pro Mods all year long. And certainly the most bragging rights that a Pro Mod race can hold around these parts, other than a state championship at Boot Hill Speedway. But I believe if you ask most of these drivers, they'd rather win a race that honors their former competitor, Billy Robinson, than win a state championship at Boot Hill. So we got 20 laps to find out who will be the Billy Robinson Memorial Champion for the Pro Mods. BJ Cook and Josh Warren going to lead us to the green flag, and here we go. Cook going to slide up in front. Here comes Warren. He's going to turn down to the inside. Warren going to get the advantage out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. The 199's out front. Cook going to fight back to the outside as Trent Humphrey takes the 3rd spot. Josh Warren leads lap number 1. Warren, Cook, Humphrey, Easley, and Richards, your top 4 cars. As Richards sails high, there's problems for the 4-ace. Devin Richards off the pace, and he's going to pull off the speedway. Here comes Trent Humphrey looking to the inside of BJ Cook for the 2nd spot. As Josh Warren's out front in 199, here comes Chase Hatton to the inside of Mike Washburn for the 5th spot. Washburn going to push high as problems for the 199 of Warren. Warren brakes and Humphrey collides with him. Flat left rear tire for the 199 of Josh Warren. And the 515 of Trent Humphrey's going to pay the price. So tough break there for the 199 of Josh Warren, shredding a left rear tire. And he heads pit side in his 199 machine. Looks like his 3-race winning streak will end right there. Also, the 515 of Trent Humphrey going to be sent to the rear of the field. He's charged with that caution. So we got 2 laps to go. 2 laps down, 18 laps to go, as BJ Cook has the lead in the 43J. So BJ Cook's out front. Michael Easley running in the 2nd spot, followed by Mike Washburn, Chase Hatton, and Jason Beasley rounding out the top 5. As we got 2 laps in, 18 laps to go. Keep an eye on the 515 of Trent Humphrey as he goes 2nd to around 17th. We'll see what he can do with 18 laps remaining from the rear of the field. We're back underway. Cook leads us back to the green. Ainsley and Washburn in tow. Here comes Chase Hatton in the Lazy 8. And he starts to apply pressure to the second and third place cars. BJ Cook out front. Here comes Mike Washburn on the outside. Looking to the outside of Easley for the second spot. Mike Washburn raced against Billy Robinson for many years in that 27 car, against the famous 01 of Billy Robinson throughout modifieds and pro mods. And Washburn's going to edge towards the second spot. Michael Easley, also a modified guy who's moved into the pro mods, also raced against Billy for many years. As Easley's going to slide up and take away the line of Washburn. Here comes the Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. Hatton going to get a 2-for-1 on Washburn and Easley as he goes from fourth to second. BJ Cook way out front right now as Washburn sails over the edge. Beasley takes fourth, Rice is fifth. Hard racing all over the Speedway right now in the Pro Mod division. As BJ Cook's out front, followed by Chase Hatton, Michael Easley, Jason Beasley, and Jeff Rice rounding out their top five. Problems for Jeff Rice as he breaks right in front of the 27. Jeff Rice had a pop come from the motor as he slows down the back straightaway. And now he's going to head to the pits. So it's Cook, Hatton, Easley, Beasley, Washburn. That's your top five as Toomey runs in the sixth spot, followed by Vic, Thompson, Day, and Barnes rounding out your top 10 right now. Here comes Chase Hatton as we're halfway down. He's chasing down the 43J of BJ Cook. Cook continues to lead, followed closely by the Lazy 8 of Hatton. Easley's third, Beasley's fourth, and Washburn fifth. That's Trent Humphrey working on the inside of Barnes. He's going to work his way back into the top 10. But only got 9 laps to go. Here comes Hatton to the inside. Chase Hatton going to have the lead of the line this time. Hatton and Cook side by side. Hatton on the inside, Cook's on the outside. And Chase Hatton takes the lead down the back straightaway. The Lazy 8 back out front, as he is so often. Coming from the 10th starting position, he takes the lead. So it's Hatton, Cook, Easley, Beasley, and Washburn. So Chase Hatton starting to distance himself from the 43J of BJ Cook. As Easley still runs in the third spot. Here comes Washburn trying to challenge the 16 of Beasley for the fourth spot. Chase Hatton approaching lap traffic of Rusty Neff in the R3. Hatton clearly the fastest car on the Speedway at this point, as he's going to put Neff a lap down. 3 laps to go for the Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. Laps to go this time for the Lazy 8. Hatton's got a pair of lap cars right in front of him, but he has no need to try to pass them. And he's got a comfortable advantage over the 43J of Cook. But he's going to go to the inside of Isley down the back straightaway. And now he'll look to the inside of Whitney coming out of turn 4. 1 lap to go for the Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. And he's got clear racetrack a half straightaway ahead of him. down the back straightaway for the final time. Extending to a full straightaway advantage now through 3 and 4 for the final time. Taking the Billy Robinson Memorial. Chase Hatton in the Lazy 8. Second, BJ Cook. Third, Michael Easley. Fourth will go to Mike Washburn, and rounding out the top 5, Jason Beasley. Let him hear you. Chase Hatton in the Lazy 8. All right, race fans, did y'all like that? Chase Hatton goes 10th to 1st to take the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. All right, Chase, we're going to give you an opportunity to thank all your sponsors.
Oh, I got to look at the car here, man. So many people have helped me out this year. I wouldn't be out here if it wasn't for them. Starting off with David Hood Construction, Toomey Trucking, Twin City Towing, Mr. Ray, he ain't here, but he drove his car to the front for me, and, he made it work. It's still his car. I got to thank the whole Ingalls family there, Jason, Mr. Ricky, Mr. Doug. They gave me pointers before I even come out here, and maybe I just need to listen to them a little bit more. 79 Trucking, Shocking Shock. She builds some great shocks. Y'all need to get a hold of her. And Carthage Mechanical Solutions. He's helped me out tons this year. I just can't say enough about him. Sorry, man. It's all right. Doug Ingalls Jr. He helped me out with some money here on a motor here a couple months ago. I can't thank him enough for Vera Transmission. I know I'm forgetting people, but they know who they are. My girlfriend, she's probably over videoing it, tell me what I drive better and everything else. And she's been doing that here the last couple weeks. I've been finishing second and stuff. My dad, he gets me to the track. He makes sure nothing falls off. You fans for coming out and watching us tonight. I can't thank y'all enough. We're out here for y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Chase, tell the race fans what it means to you to be the Billy Robinson champion.
It's speechless. Me and Mr. Billy, we talked quite a bit. He sold me a bunch of parts. It's just an honor to be able to win the second Billy Robinson race. We come a little short there. I think it was 2 years ago. We ended up third. But Mr. Billy, he was real kind to me. He really helped me out whenever I was really a nobody, and it's definitely great to be able to win this race for him.
All right, race fans, let him hear you. Taking $1,001 home, Chase Hatton.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you give me a Coke? Here, just take my whole wallet.
Hold this till I get back.
Here comes the $1,501 to win USRA Limited Modified Feature, presented by Bulletproof Tees and Marshall's Lubinato. Once again, another special shout out to TNT Auto Parts for sponsoring the hard charger of the Pro Mod feature. Once I get those official results, I will let you know. But just off a glance, I believe that Chase Hatton may have picked that up as well, going 10th to 1st. So here is the lineup for the USRA Limited Modified Feature presented by Bulletproof Tees and Marshall's Lubinato. On the pole in the 88, that's Justin Whitehead. To his outside, the 35 of Aaron Roy. Cody Tupper in 23. Connor Mewborn in the 36C. The 7cc is Colby Williams. The 69 of Derek Grigsby. The 15 is Tracy Denby Jr. Rowdy Day in the 20D. Colby Mewborn's in the 36. Skeet Amison in F5. Barron Prince in 9R. Ricky Ingles in 81. Adam Roy in 2. Steve Ward in the 50. Josh Bauckham in the 25. TJ Bond in the 12. Jason Langford in 84XX. Dustin Durham in 99X. Braden Stewart in the 7S. And Tommy Tullis in the T5. Green flag waves as Justin Whitehead and Aaron Roy lead us to the green flag. Whitehead through the bottom. Roy's going to run through the middle. As Cody Tupper looks to the inside of Roy down the back straightaway. Can't make anything happen. Connor Newborn going to throw it to the top side. Derek Grigsby's already on the top as he rounds out the top 5 right now. But it's Whitehead, Roy, Newborn, Tupper, and Grigsby, your top 5 cars, as Steve Ward going to pull off the Speedway in the 50 machine. Tracy Denby going to put Colby Williams, back to the 7th position as the 15 starts working his way towards the front. Lots of heavy hitters, out-of-towners here tonight in the form of Tracy Denby Jr. as well as Rowdy Day. As Justin Whitehead's out front. Here comes Aaron Roy. Can't make anything happen just yet. Whitehead, Roy, Mewborn, Grigsby, and Tupper. Denby trying to set up Cody Tupper and work his way into the top 5. But Tupper holding his ground right now. Here comes Denby to the inside. Coming out of turn 4 at the line, it's still Tupper. Denby runs 6, followed by Williams, Day, Amison, and Newborn rounding out your top 10. Down the back straightaway, Tracy Denby going to take away the 5th spot from Cody Tupper as Justin Whitehead still out front in the 88. Whitehead, Roy, Newborn, Grigsby, and Denby. As Tracy Denby beginning to march towards the front. Justin Whitehead out front setting his own pace as Connor Mewborn going to go to the top. Contact between Denby and Grigsby. Denby was working the inside. Looked like Grigsby tried to change his line. Denby wasn't expecting Grigsby to go low, and contact was made between the 15 and the 69. So we got 5 laps down so far, and Justin Whitehead in the 88 machine's been in control thus far. Aaron Roy runs in the second spot, followed by Colby. Nope, I was correct the first time. That's Connor Mewborn in the 36C. Cody Tupper runs in the 4th spot, and Colby Williams rounds out the top 5 right now in the 7cc as Derek Grigsby returns to the Speedway in the 69. So the 69 of Grigsby returning into the Speedway, not seeing the 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. So 5 down, 15 to go for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modifieds. They are racing for $1,501 to win here in the Billy Robinson Memorial. Whitehead gets a good start, followed by Roy and Mewborn. Mewborn going to go around the outside of Aaron Roy. As the 36C of Connor Mewborn throwing it to the top side of the Speedway with reckless abandon. Here he comes after his cousin Justin Whitehead. Connor Mewborn in 36C. I believe he's looking for his first limited modified win, as he's going to try to work the top side of the Speedway and chase down the 88 of Justin Whitehead. Here comes Connor. Justin still has the lead at the line. Connor Mewborn on the outside, Justin Whitehead on the inside. They're side by side down the match straightaway. 8 laps in, 12 laps to go. Coming out of turn 4, taking the lead, it's going to be Connor Mewborn. Mewborn to the lead, followed by Whitehead. Roy runs third, Tupper's fourth, and Williams rounds out your top 5 right now. Justin Whitehead still trying to work the inside of the Speedway. Most of the other cars starting to progress towards the outside. Now Justin will do the same. As Skeet Amison working his way into the top, a battle for the top 5, I should say, with Colby Williams. Halfway down this time. Colby's going to sail high, and Skeet takes the top 5 spot. Skeet Amison undoubtedly raced many a time with the 01 of Billy Robinson. So good to see Skeet Amison having a strong run here at the Billy Robinson Memorial portion of the limited modified portion, I should say, of the Billy Robinson Memorial. As Connor Mewborn out front trying to set sail on the field. But with competition this stiff, you can never be relaxed. As Connor staying on the wheel on the top side of the Speedway. 7 laps to go this time for the 36C. Justin Whitehead going to the top side of the Speedway, going to try to track down the 36C. As he's trying to work up the same kind of momentum, trying to pressure Connor into a mistake. As the 84XX of Langford going to spin in turn number 4. He's on the inside of the Speedway, and the caution flag is going to wave with 5 laps remaining. So we're going to have 14 down, 6 laps remaining for the Bulletproof Tees USRA Limited Modified A feature as Connor Buwarn chased down his cousin Justin Whitehead, took the lead. And now he's got 6 laps between himself and the Billy Robinson Memorial Championship. The lights are out, 6 laps to go for the 36C of Connor Buwarn. Here comes Justin Whitehead, going to try to apply some pressure as Aaron Roy runs in the 3rd spot. Whitehead going to follow in the tire tracks of the 36C. And now he looks to the inside of the Speedway. Nothing doing right now for the 88 of Whitehead as Skeet Amison works his way into the top 4. How about the run from the F5? Connor still out front, followed by Justin. Aaron Roy runs 3rd. Skeet Amison, Cody Tupper, and Ricky Engel. Cody Tupper going to throw a slide jump on the F5 of Skeet Amison, and they're 3 wide for the 4th spot. Ricky Engel, Skeet Amison, and Cody Tupper, 2 legends racing with one of the youngsters. As Buwarn's got 3 to go. Now Ricky Ingles working on the inside of Cody Tupper. He'll take the 4th spot down the back straightaway. We got 2 laps to go this time for Connor Buwarn. As here comes Justin Whitehead. Whitehead looking to the inside, trying to make something happen. Trying to get into the head of the 36C, but nothing's working so far. Connor gets high in turns 3 and 4, but he stays on the Speedway and sees a white flag this time. 1 more lap to go for the 36C of Connor Buwarn. Turns 1 and 2 clean, down the back straightaway for the final time. Gonna go to the top side of the Speedway once again. Coming out of turn 4, the 36C, Connor Buwarn. Justin Whitehead, Aaron Roy, Cody Tupper, and Ricky Ingles. Race fans, this kid's fired up. Race fans, it is official from the Pro Mod feature. Your hard charger is Chase Hatton, who went 10th to 1st, so he will pick up an additional $100, courtesy of Big Texas Auto Parts. Excuse me, TNT Auto Parts. Let them hear you, race fans. First time limited modified winner in the biggest race of the year thus far, Connor Buwarn. All right, race fans, he's fired up. First time limited modified feature winner, Connor Buwarn. Connor, we're going to give you an opportunity to thank your sponsors real quick.
Man, I got a whole list. I had to get my phone out. Man, first off, I got to thank Dad. He's working on this thing nonstop with me, and I wouldn't be in Victory Lane without him, you know. And Hadaway Collision, Harold's Transmissions, Chuck at Best Engines, of course, Billy, W&W Timber, John at Team 5, Lane Deer, Outlaw Race Cars, Patriot Racing, Nickel and Dime Bodies, A&T Delivery, Bulletproof Tees, Custom Coatings and Fabrication with BJ, Superior Wraps, my girlfriend, my mom, Colby. Man, this is a dream, man. It's awesome.
So what does it mean to you to be the Billy Robinson Memorial Champion?
Man, I've always wanted to get a check, and this is just a dream come true.
All right, race fans, let them hear you one more time. Taking the USRA Limited Modified feature, Connor Mewborn in the 36C. So up now is the USRA Factory Stock A Main. They are racing for $1,501 to win. You're going to go 20 laps with 20 cars here. So the hard charger for the factory stock feature is presented by A1 Auto Sales and Kenny Crawford with A1 Auto Sales, a $200 hard charger award for the USRA factory stocks. So here is the lineup for the USRA Factory Stock A feature. Just finished second there in the USRA Limited Modifieds. On the pole is going to be the 36J out of Texarkana, Texas. The Race on Texas Outlaw Race Cars is number 36J. That's Justin Whitehead. To his outside out of Robeline, Louisiana, is going to be the 55 of Dalton Dubois. to the inside of row number 2 out of Winona, Texas. That's going to be Jason Tyner. Tyner in the B&P Sprigging number 1T. To his outside the DAF chassis number 27, that's Roxy. That is Dalton Faulkner. To the inside of row number 3, Ricky Ingles in the 81 with Dakota Wyatt and 15X to his outside. Inside of row 4, Bubba Jones in the B21 with Neil Kemp to his outside. Inside of row number 5, the 01 of Ben Leedy. The 1 star of Cameron Furr to his outside. Starting from the 11th spot will be Cody Myers. To his outside, Stoney Dubois. Myers in the 55M, Dubois in the 1. Kenneth Chamberlain in 70, Bo Perry in 12, Scotty Case in J27, Frank Canizaro in 5, Josh Daughtery in 10X, Dustin Hennigan in 22, Cody Chamberlain in 12, and Peyton Daughtery in the 34P. 20 laps, $1,501 to win here for the USRA Factory Stocks at the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. Great start from Whitehead as he gets the early jump as we're underway. Whitehead and Dubois distancing themselves down the back straightaway as Faulkner comes after Tyner for the 3rd spot. Whitehead's going to lead as Faulkner takes the 3rd spot. Whitehead followed by Dubois, Faulkner, Tyner, and Ingles, your top 5. Ingles being pressured by Bubba Jones and Neil Kemp. So we have an absolutely star-studded affair here in the factory stock division as Whitehead pushes off of turn number 4. Here comes Dubois. Dalton Dubois looking for his biggest win of his career. Whitehead pushes again and Dubois back to the inside, coming out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. They're side by side. Here comes Dalton Dubois on the inside. Whitehead's on the outside. Justin Whitehead still maintains the lead in the 36J. Here comes Neil Kemp looking to the outside of Ricky Ingles as Whitehead still holds a narrow advantage ahead of the 55 of Dubois. Whitehead, Dubois, Faulkner, Tyner. And the 5th spot is side by side as Kemp side by side with Ingles. It's too close to call at the line. Whitehead and Dubois still side by side down the back straightaway. Showing 2 dominant grooves right now as Faulkner still runs in the 3rd spot. Neil Kemp has secured the 5th spot away from Ricky Ingles. Tyner runs in the 4th spot. Here comes Kemp to his inside. Still side by side out front for the race lead as Whitehead runs the top side. Dubois going to work a little bit towards the middle that time, and it's not going to pay off. As Neil Kemp takes the 4th spot away from Tyner. Here comes Cody Myers in the 55M. So your top 5 right now is Whitehead, Dubois, Faulkner, Kemp, and Tyner. As there's a 3-car battle for the 6th spot, nearly 3 wide there between Bubba Jones, Cody Myers, and Ricky Ingles. As Bo Perry in the 12 starting to work his way through the field from a B main. Justin Whitehead starting to extend his advantage over the 55 of Dalton Dubois right now. As Bubba Jones takes the 6th spot and Cody Myers takes 7th away from his teammate Ricky Ingles. Out front right now it is 36J in control. As Dubois trying to get all he can on the bottom side of the speedway. Faulkner sitting there waiting on a caution and an opportunity to race with the 36J. Here comes Bubba Jones to the inside of Tyner down the back straightaway. They're going to go side by side momentarily as it's halfway this time for Whitehead. So Whitehead continuing to lead, followed by Dubois. Faulkner, Kemp, and Tyner. As Jones is right there battling for the 5th spot. Cody Myers right there within striking distance. "12 laps down, 8 laps to go for the 36J. Dalton Faulkner starting to make up a little bit of ground on the 55 of Dalton DuBois for the second spot. As Bubba Jones continues to battle with Jason Tyner. Tyner going to push high. Here comes Jones to the inside. Down the back straightaway, Jones going to edge ahead for the fifth spot. As Faulkner really catching the 55 of DuBois now. Coming out of turn 4 at the line, Jones will have the fifth spot. So it's Whitehead, DuBois, Faulkner, Kemp, and Jones. And here comes Cody Myers as he's going to try to follow Bubba Jones. As he looks to the inside of Tyner down the back straightaway as well. Whitehead's out front, DuBois in second, Faulkner closing in on DuBois. Neil Kemp going to go to the top side in the Club 20 as he runs in the fourth spot. Bubba Jones still has fifth. Five laps to go now for Justin Whitehead in the 36J. Cody Myers going to take the sixth spot away from the 1T of Tyner this time. As the 12 of Cody Chamberlain facing the wrong direction over in turns 3 and 4. So lights are out, 15 laps down, 5 laps to go for the 36J of Justin Whitehead. Dalton DuBois and Dalton Faulkner right there. Neil Kemp and Bubba Jones make up the third row. And we're back to the green with 5 laps to go. Whitehead going to go to the top side of the speedway. Faulkner going to try to follow him. DuBois on the inside as well as Kemp. Here comes Kemp to the inside of Faulkner. Neil Kemp coming on strong late here in the 20 as Faulkner's going to throw it to the top side. 3 wide for second. Kemp, Faulkner, and DuBois 3 wide for the second spot as Whitehead's out front leading. Myers and Jones going to go side by side for the fifth spot as they're still 3 wide for second. Faulkner on the top, Kemp on the bottom, and DuBois through the middle as Whitehead still leads with 3 laps to go. So 2 laps to go for the 36J of Justin Whitehead, followed by Dalton Faulkner, Neil Kemp, as Cody Myers goes side by side with Dalton DuBois for the 4th spot. Bo Perry making a strong run from the B-main. He's in the 6th spot right now as the white flag waves for the 36J. Myers going to take the 4th spot away from DuBois. And Bo Perry going to try to take away the 5th spot. Into turns 3 and 4 for the final time on the top side of the speedway. Coming out of 4, taking a win, the 36J of Justin Whitehead. Dalton Faulkner, Neil Kemp, Cody Myers, and Dalton DuBois rounds out your top 5.
Factory stocks, they do that.
Race fans, he's climbing out of the car. Give it up for him, the 36J, Justin Whitehead in victory lane. All right, Justin, we're going to give you an opportunity to thank your sponsors.
Man, I got to thank Connor for that ass whooping he put on me in that limited race and showed me where to run for the factory stock. Huge congrats to him. That was his first limited win. I'm going to have to hear it all week that he passed me to do it, but he ran a really good race. I sure was hoping he was going to run off the top down there, kind of, but he did a damn good job. But factory stock was awesome. Starting up front obviously helps, when you don't get schooled. But yeah, I thanked WW Timber, Washita River Cabins, Superior Graphics, Vine Construction, American Elevator and Technologies, Custom Coatings and Fabrication, Best Engines, Don Willie Racecraft, Race on Texas, Club 20 Suspension, Custom Coatings Fabrication, DriveForJRT.com, Miller's Automotive, Team 5 Enterprise, Pro 1 Transmissions, A&T Delivery, my wife Sarah, my daughter Aspen, my bigger daughter Kayler, Ben, of course, for all the help, Brandon tonight for the ride in the limited. Can't thank y'all enough.
All right, Justin, tell the race fans what it means to you to be a Billy Robinson Memorial champion.
Not as much as it would have meant to have two of these, thanks to Connor once again. But, no, it's awesome. Man, I loved watching Billy race. I used to watch him back right behind these stands when they were the 01 and 02. I thought it was the coolest thing when those cars matched. And usually it was BJ beating Billy, but Billy would give him a heck of a run sometimes.
Well, did you know that 16 years ago this weekend, Billy won and BJ got second here?
Sadly, I actually remember that. I was here 16 years ago for that deal, and we just started racing. That was my first year, so we loved it then. We love this place now.
All right, race fans, let them hear you back in victory lane again at the land of the three wide. It's the 36J of Justin Whitehead. All right, race fans, we got two more races tonight. We got the USRA Modifieds. They're going to race for $1,501 to win. And then we got the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. They'll race for $501 to win. That was 1501 also. Limiteds, factory, and Modifieds all racing for 1501 tonight. So an update on the hard charger, the limited modified race, that will go to the 81 of Ricky Ingalls. I'll be back with y'all with the official word on the factory stocks, but I believe it was Bo Perry. He came through a B main and finished 6th. All right, race fans, it's time for the class that Billy Robinson was nationally renowned for. It's time for the USRA Modified A feature. So here is the USRA Modified A feature presented by TNT Auto Parts as well as Transmissions Unlimited. And how about this, race fans? All night long we're talking about the father-son duo of Billy Robinson and Billy Robinson Jr., also known as BJ Robinson. And we got a father-son front row here for the Modifieds. On the inside, it's going to be the son out of Diana, Texas, in the Transmissions Unlimited number 7. That's Sean Gaddis. To his outside, it's his dad, the 2G out of Diana, Texas. In the Big Texas Auto Parts 2G, that's Kenny Gaddis. Inside of row number 2, the Soapy King Car Wash number 6 of Donnie Powers to his outside, Tater Hyde. That's Dustin Hyde out of Texarkana, Texas in the 8T. Inside of row number 3, it's going to be Winnigan Hennigan and the TQC number 16 to his outside, the 9R of Baron Prince. Justin Ingalls in 52, Chase Hatton in Lazy 8, TJ Tollison in 38T, Jake Huckabee in 18J, John Beckett, Randall Settle, James Griffin, Joel Bonet, and Connor Williams. We are green for the USRA Modified. Sean Gaddis on the inside, Kenny Gaddis on the outside. Is Dustin Hyde going to work to the outside of Powers? As Tater and Powers side by side down the back straightaway, they're going to go 3 wide with Hennigan. Sean Gaddis leads lap number 1. So it's Gaddis, Hyde, Hennigan, and Powers, your top 5 cars right now. Here comes Kenny. Kenny to the outside of Sean, and Kenny Gaddis will lead this lap. So Kenny Gaddis takes the lead away from his son, Sean, and he'll still have it this time by. So it's Gaddis, Hyde, Hennigan, and Powers as Prince gets around Powers. So side by side for the race lead. Once again, Kenny Gaddis, Sean Gaddis putting on a show here at Arclitech Speedway as Chris Hennigan and Tater Hyde go side by side as they have many a time here in the 8 and the 16. It's a 4-car breakaway right now as the youngster Baron Prince runs in the 5th spot. This time by Sean Gaddis, going to take the lead back. Sean and Kenny putting on a clinic here at the land of the 3 wide. Excuse me, I misspoke. Kenny had the lead last time by 0.022. This time, Kenny going to extend his advantage. Kenny Gaddis, Sean Gaddis. Chris Hennigan takes the 3rd spot away from Dustin Hyde as Baron Prince still rounds out your top 5. Kenny and Sean out front. Kenny Gaddis was telling me multiple stories about Billy Robinson earlier today over in his pit, as he told me he would not be racing if it wasn't for the 01 of Billy Robinson as the caution flag waves. Caution flag and a wave as fluid emerges from the 1 machine of John Beckett. So 8 laps down and 12 laps to go for the Diana Texan of Kenny Gaddis out front in the 2G, trying to go back-to-back here at Arclitech Speedway. He won our Saturday afternoon race 2 weekends ago. But he's got his son there, Sean, in the 7, who let one slip away here earlier this year. And then he's got the 5-time winner here this season of Chris Hennigan right there to the outside. Dustin Hyde and Baron Prince make up the 3rd row. Neither of them have a win yet this year in the USRA Modifieds, as Dustin Hyde just now getting back into a Modified this season. This may be his first race period this season. As far as I know, it is the first in a Modified. So we're going back to the green flag. Kenny Gaddis, Sean Gaddis, and Chris Hennigan out front. Here comes Chris. He's going to look to the outside of Sean. Sean going to use the inside momentum as Kenny and Chris work on the outside. Gaddis, Hennigan, Hyde, and Prince still your top 5. as the top 3 cars begin to break away from Hyde and Prince. And we're going to have a 3-car battle for the race lead, as it's halfway this time for Kenny Gaddis in the 2G. So 3 drivers out front that had a lot to do with the career of Billy Robinson, and Billy Robinson had a lot to do with the career of these drivers. As Kenny said, he wouldn't be racing without Billy, which therefore led to Sean racing, because Sean probably would not be racing without Kenny, his father. And Chris Hennigan was always known as Billy's favorite driver to watch, as Billy would always refer to Chris as Christopher, always calling him by his full name, talking about how much he loved to watch this guy wheel a modified. This time at the line, Chris takes second away from Sean. Gaddis, Hennigan, and Gaddis out front, followed by Hyde, as Tollison begins to challenge Prince for a top 5 spot. There'll be 5 laps to go this time for Kenny Gaddis. But here comes Hennigan. Hennigan on the inside, Gaddis on the outside. Can Chris Hennigan win again and live up to the moniker? He's working the inside of the Speedway, trying to get his line working, as there's 5 laps to go. Here he comes. Hennigan going to throw it to the inside. Gaddis going to work the hub of the racetrack. Gaddis on the top, Hennigan through the inside, followed by Sean Gaddis, who seems to be fading here in the late stages of this one. So we got a 2-car battle out front. It's Kenny Gaddis and Christopher Hennigan, as they are battling side by side with 3 laps to go for the 2G. Here comes Hennigan. He's going to throw it to the inside once again, trying to apply as much pressure as he can to the 2G of Gaddis. But Gaddis has been here before. He's a veteran, and he's going to see 2 to go this time. Gaddis on the outside, Hennigan on the inside, and caution flag going to wave, and Settle and Bonet collide in turn number 1, potentially ruining what could have been a photo finish between Kenny Gaddis and Chris Hennigan. So we got 18 laps down, 2 laps to go. Unfortunately, Randall Settle and Donnie Powers. My apologies, it was not Joel Bonet. It was Donnie Powers colliding with the 79 over there. Practically or potentially ruining a photo finish between Kenny Gaddis and Chris Hennigan. But now we're going to have a green-white checkered restart, and we'll see if they can get side by side again. And that will also allow the 7 of Sean Gaddis to have another run at the front. And we'll see who can pull the Billy Robinson Memorial Championship off. So Kenny Gaddis on the front, Chris Hennigan to the inside, Sean Gaddis who is outside. White flag waves. Excuse me, green flag waves. Heading into the inside, Gaddis going to try to protect the bottom. Down the back straightaway, Gaddis on the outside. Here comes Hennigan to his inside. Gaddis trying to protect against the 16 of Chris Hennigan. Going to come to the white flag. Excuse me, 2 to go. And Hennigan's out front. Gaddis left the top side of the speedway. Hennigan going to throw a slide job, and he's going to take the lead in the 16. Hennigan leads, followed by Gaddis as Dustin Hyde working to the inside of Sean Gaddis. White flag this time for the 16 of Chris Hennigan. Down the back straightaway, distancing himself once again from the 2G of Kenny Gaddis. Race fans, he's done it again. It's Chris Hennigan in the 16 back in victory lane at Arklatex Speedway. Kenny Gaddis, Dustin Hyde, Sean Gaddis, and TJ Tollison round out the top 5. Race fans, if you're headed out, we understand, but you may want to stick around for this interview. I got a feeling Chris is going to be pretty pumped up to win a race named after a legend from the Arklatex. Race fans, he's climbing out of the car. Give it up for him, the 16, Chris Hennigan back in victory lane. All right, Chris, so you're back in victory lane here at Arklatex Speedway. Going to give you another opportunity to thank all your sponsors.
General RV, TQC, CNC Oilfield, Southern Supply, J&J Motorsports, Southern Roofing, Rollo's Auto Sales, Able Trucking, 1-3 Design, Steve Hertz, Hibbs Funeral Home, and Career Search. Kids.
All right, Chris, I'll ask you the same question I've asked everybody. What does it mean to you to be a Billy Robinson Memorial Champion?
It means a lot. Billy helped all of us, and for me and Kenny to be battling like that, I think it was pretty good. Kenny probably deserved it. They were real good friends.
All right, race fans, give it up for him once again back in victory lane here at the Land of Three Wide.
I know, Papa Pump, you're watching. This one was for you.
All right, race fans, let him hear you one more time. Chris Hennigan back in victory lane in the 16. So up next is the front-wheel drive four-cylinder feature, the last race of the night. They're racing for $501 to win, courtesy of Deep South Diesel Performance. And often these cars do put on the best race of the night.
No one's watching anymore. At 1 a.m.? They did a Manning for that factory stock one car out there that I don't really know.
All right, here is the front-wheel drive four-cylinder A main. On the pole is going to be Sean Leisure out of Mansfield, Texas in the 67L. To his outside, Chris Scott out of Texarkana in the 32 seat. Inside of row number 2, that's Jackson Gallagher in 46. To his outside, Jack DuPont in 06. Ben McDuff in the F5, Dakota Cooper in the 3D. On the inside of row number 4, that's Danny Bryan out of Houghton, Louisiana in the 88. To his outside, Kayla Strom in the 72K out of New Boston. Inside of row number 5 out of Ashdown, Arkansas, that's Austin Marshall. And to his outside, the 29B, scheduled to be Brandon Harrod. Amanda Cook in the 21, Hunter Armstrong in 25, Tracy Corp in 4, Madison Gaddis in the 2, Morgan Powell in 21M, and Justin Converse in the 169. Going to go 14 laps for $501 to win here for the front-wheel drive four cylinders in the last race of the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. So Leisure and Scott going to set the pace down the back straightaway, and they're going to lead us to the green for 14 laps for the front-wheel drive four cylinders, $501 to win for the A feature winner tonight. Hard Charger sponsored by Kenny's Towing and Kenny Crawford. Leisure going to get the early race advantage, followed by Scott, Gallagher, and DuPont as they're going to go 3 wide for second momentarily. Gallagher going to get sideways. DuPont takes the third spot from Gallagher. Now he goes after Scott for second. Leisure, Scott, DuPont, Gallagher, and Cooper round out your top 5 right now. Followed by McDuff, Strom, Bryant, Powell, and Converse. As Marshall gets loose, he'll get it back together and we'll stay green. DuPont going to take the second spot away from Chris Scott. As here comes the 06 of DuPont. So Sean Leisure leads Jack DuPont, Jackson Gallagher, Chris Scott, and Dakota Cooper, your top 5. Danny Bryant is 6th, Ben McDuff 7th, Kayla Strom is 8th, Morgan Powell is 9th, and Justin Converse rounding out the top 10 right now. Amanda Cook, Madison Gaddis, and Austin Marshall round out the field. So Leisure working the inside of the Speedway. DuPont working the middle to the outside. Gallagher on the outside in his 46 machine, the Fast Fix Dent Repair number 46. Not making up much ground right now on the second and third place cars. Leisure continues to lead, followed by DuPont, Gallagher, Scott, and Cooper as Danny Bryan approaches the top 5. Leisure still out front in the 67L. Gonna have to deal with some lap traffic here too. Leisure running 4 tenths faster than Jack DuPont that last time around. As Leisure gets through the lap traffic easily. Got one more car before half a track of clear space if he can get by Madison Gaddis. He will clear her and put 3 lap cars between himself and the second place car of Jack DuPont. As Ben McDuff pulls to the infield in F5. 4 laps to go this time for Sean Leisure in the 67L. Leisure consistently running faster lap times than DuPont, has a 2.3 second advantage right now. Once again, Leisure running faster, about 4 tenths faster that time by, as he continues to extend his advantage. Coming to 3 laps to go. 2 laps to go this time for Leisure. DuPont runs second, but he's running out of time. 3 seconds back as Madison Gaddis pulls to the infield in the 2 machine. White flag out this time for the 67L of Sean Leisure. As Jack DuPont 3.5 seconds behind at this point. For the final time down the back straightaway, entering turns 3 and 4. Coming out of turn 4, your winner, the 67L of Sean Leisure. Second will go to Jack DuPont. Third, Dakota Cooper. Fourth, Jackson Gallagher. And fifth, Danny Bryant. Race fans, thank you so much for joining us here tonight for the Billy Robinson Memorial Race. We will be off next weekend in honor of the Billy Melton Memorial over at Boot Hill Speedway. And we will be back on April 9th featuring the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun Region Big Block Modifieds here at Arclitect Speedway for our Fan Appreciation Night. All right, race fans, he's climbing out of the car. Give it up for him, the 67L, Sean Leisure.
As soon as I have him kill it. Oh, what am I racing?
All right, Sean. So have you ever raced at Arclitect Speedway before?
Nah, this is actually my first race in Louisiana, period. First race ever.
Wow, 1 for 1. So tell us about your sponsors on your car here.
Well, we got the guys who even built the car, and that's Magico Motorsports, who obviously help out all the time. We got TVG Tune, L&D Transportation, Rabbit Motorsports, and obviously my parents. I got to thank my parents. They're even allowing me to come out here and do this at, 1 o'clock in the morning. So I owe everything to them. I love them, so yeah.
All right, so the trip was worth it, right?
I'd say so.
How do you like Arclitect Speedway?
Probably one of my favorite tracks I've been to. It's real fast. It's a really fun track. It has a lot of character to it, so I really like it.
All right. Race fans, give it up for him. Taking the Billy Robinson Memorial Race, Sean Leisure in the 67L.